Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1618 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news out of literally every region of the world. Right now we're seeing that NATO is actually preparing for a major Russian attack on Baltic territory following the missile attack on Poland last night. Also, right now as we speak, Ukraine is devastating Russia with 300 plus drone swarm, also including Volgograd getting absolutely decimated. Also, Iran has just launched a massive attack on US-backed forces in Iraq on Kurdish positions, and those are some severe attacks happening right now. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours in the news from around the world, as we have been able to see significant developments within Eastern Europe, the war in Ukraine, and also the Middle East throughout the course of the day, including some sporadic pieces of news coming elsewhere, including East Asia. We have been able to hear that as of today, Polish authorities have confirmed that a Kalibr cruise missile flew into the territory of Poland 50 kilometers inside of the state borders from the area of Ukraine and exploded within a farm field just 50 kilometers south of the city of Lublin. It appears that at this moment, Polish authorities are quite cautious with their statements outside of the foreign ministry, continuing to state that it is highly likely a Russian missile, given that the Russian missile is of Russian design and it flew into the state during a Russian attack. We have also been able to see that an investigation has been conducted within the area, while at the same time today, as that investigation has been ongoing in Poland, Romanian airspace authorities had to mobilize and scramble the Romanian Air Force because another Russian drone has violated Romanian airspace before quickly turning around about several miles into Romanian airspace and flying directly back into the state of Ukraine, attempting an attack on one of the Danube River ports. We have also been able to see additionally that Ukrainian armed forces have been conducting significant and extremely damaging attacks today on Russian Federation forces and strategic infrastructure sites throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation, with several Wildberries facilities getting hit and burned to the ground over the course of the day. Major news has also emerged that the Tumen oil refinery has been knocked out of operation and appears to no longer be operational from the attack that was conducted several days ago. We also were able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces 2 weeks ago were able to conduct a significant drone attack against the railway bridge at Kurdish, of which we had not heard about or even been able to mention until today, after pictures emerged showing one of the structural support beams of the bridge significantly warped from one of the drones and their explosions. It's unclear how serious this damage is or whether it's knocking out the railroad bridge, but it is the first confirmed attack that we have seen on the Kurdish bridges in about several years at this point that has been successful. Additionally, we also were able to see that outside of the situation with Ukraine, the situation in the Middle East has been continuing on as one would expect, largely chaotic with no real clear strategic ambition. Currently, the Islamic Republic of Iran still appears to be taking advantage of this sort of leeway and is conducting attacks against the Kurdish forces within northern Iraq, with major explosions being seen within Sulaymaniyah and Erbil, including a major ammunition depot that was hit and destroyed within the city of Erbil, creating a large fireball and explosion that could be seen for miles or dozens of miles surrounding the city when the explosion occurred. Additionally, we have also been able to see that the Iraqi militias that are pro-Iranian within the Republic of Iraq are now being provided shipping container trailers that are actually carrying small ballistic and cruise missiles within them by the IRGC, making it much more difficult to track down and trace the Iraqi militias and the kind of missiles and also ordnance that they're using against allied states and the United States within the region. We have also heard reports that apparently the Yemeni Houthis and the Iraqi militias are working together as a larger framework of the IRGC against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and are conducting joint attacks against the kingdom to try and whittle down a large amount of its economic and money-generating systems within the country, including their major oil industries. Saudi Arabia has also announced that they'll be creating a 14-nation coalition today, including the United States of America, to try and keep the Bab el-Mandeb open and running, even in the midst of ongoing Houthi attacks within the area. We have also seen that allegations have come out today from some anonymous U.S. officials claiming that the United States president is extremely enraged and infuriated, and he's largely extremely frustrated with the lack of strategy that the United States is currently implementing within the Middle East. I've been told that apparently he's wanting to check with the president and see what's going on, as he is frustrated, much like many of us, over the ongoing situation. We have also seen that the U.S. is continuing its naval blockade of the blockade line in the Gulf of Oman, and the Iranians did claim earlier that they had been able to successfully hit the Isa airbase, although we have not really seen any ballistic missile attacks or any other attacks being directed into the airspace of Bahrain. The Islamic Republic of Iran is also apparently trying to keep Mujtaba hidden as best as possible, as apparently the State of Israel and the United States of America are both combing the country with reconnaissance equipment to try and figure out where in the world Mujtaba Khamenei actually is. They've said that they've looked everywhere in all of the houses in Iran but the closets. They're getting to those here quite soon. And we've also been able to see that apparently the United States of America has claimed today that there will now be a complete disarmament agreement with Hezbollah and Hamas, if I'm not mistaken, and we also were able to see that the Israelis conducted a significant demolition explosion near to Beaufort Castle against a Hezbollah stronghold within the area. But before we move on into any and all of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, we actually have breaking news happening on air right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are tracking two major stories right now. An active Ukrainian drone attack on Russian territory, which is still happening right now this very moment, and also tracking an attack by the Iranian IRGC forces on Kurdish areas inside of Iraq, where also U.S. forces are based as well. So we're tracking those two major stories. But first of all, getting into our breaking news coming out of Russia right now, we are seeing that in Nizhny in the Tatarstan region, apparently that area is under a massive attack, and it looks like a special oil venting operation has begun at a local oil facility, according to some pictures that we've gotten right here. It appears to be that a flare is of a magnificent size at this point, which does not look normal to me. And this comes at the same time that the Ukrainian drones are attacking in the area. So we can take a look at the footage from Volgograd. We just got a new video of that as well, showing the massive fire there at a Wildberry Center, according to what the poster is saying about that. So some pretty big attacks happening right now. It looks like those 300-plus drones are wreaking havoc on the Russian Federation.
And moving us on into the footage that we were able to get outside of the first one, which was largely just some guy talking to his camera, we have been able to see one of the drones flying over the city of Nizhny in this clip heading towards the refinery. We hear the drone flying right overhead, and there it goes on its way towards the refinery. We see they've slowed
I'm
down
not
the
sure.
video.
I'm not sure if a slow-mo was necessary for this piece of clip.
I don't think it was either.
That's what this lady's losing it.
The crowd goes wild. We also were able to see a significant flare-off at the refinery within the area of Nizhnekamsk, and then we were also able to see something that looks a little bit abnormal, which is a significant flare-off, but I would have to be entirely honest with y'all, folks, this doesn't exactly indicate that there was a direct impact. It's usually flare-offs like these, while this is abnormally large, are not really entirely unheard of at the area of a refinery. So we may be seeing that the Nizhnekamsk refinery is attacked here incredibly soon, or take a direct hit, but it looks like at the moment, rather than the large flare-off coming from the flare-off valve at the refinery, we're not seeing any direct hits on, say, an oil storage facility at the refinery or a condenser tower, which are usually the priority targets for Ukrainian attacks. So hopefully we'll be able to see here in a couple of minutes that proof and video evidence comes out here incredibly soon. And so moving us on out of that breaking news that just came out of the Russian Federation, it is now time for us, folks, to move on into all of our news, starting with the largest stories first and working our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. We have major stories coming from every corner of the world, though, tonight, folks. So until the very later end of the stream, we're going to be covering major stories basically back to back for the first hour and a half, most likely tonight. So moving us on into our largest story of the day, we have been able to see that NATO is becoming increasingly concerned over the situation in Eastern Europe, and it is largely assumed that at this point, the large-scale provocation, of which many intelligence agencies have been warning about for weeks, is most likely right around the corner and is soon to happen. This is coming off the heels of the Russian ballistic missile attack, or more so cruise missile attack, that was conducted on Poland last night, where we were able to confirm that one Russian cruise missile did impact the territory of Poland 50 kilometers south of the city of Lublin. We were able to hear a statement today from Donald Tusk, the Prime Minister of Poland, where he stated, last night during the massive missile attack on Ukraine, one of the cruise missiles, a Kh-101 Kalibr, violated the Polish airspace and fell 50 kilometers away from the town of Lublin. The missile was armed. In all probability, it was Russian. I would like to thank the EU and NATO leaders for their solidarity and readiness to help. I would have to say that right now he's saying in all probability it's Russian, but if it's a Kh-101 cruise missile, it is Russian. The Russians are the only country on the planet that operate the Kh-101 cruise missile, so if they have been able to independently verify on the ground, I'm assuming from Polish investigational authorities, that it was a Kh-101 cruise missile, then it is a Russian cruise missile. There's no probability to it. That's like seeing a soldier, standing around somewhere with an American flag patch on his arm, and he's wearing a U.S. Army uniform, and you go, it's a high probability it's an American soldier, but he may not be. That's about the same sort of a statement that's being made here. It's quite obvious. If it looks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a freaking Kalibr missile. We also were able to see that down in the area just south of Lublin, Polish authorities have started to cordon off the site surrounding the missile that impacted in this area, and we were finally able to get some security camera footage letting us see and also hear the explosion to some extent that was caused by the Kalibr slamming down into a farm field right next to this village here in this clip. And there's the sound of the Kalibr. And that flash was the impact off in the distance.
They are super lucky. Dang, look at that. Man, they are super lucky that didn't impact a house or a neighborhood or something out here.
They really are lucky. I mean, the explosive size of a Kalibr is quite large. And to actually show you all that here, this is the site of the explosion as we were able to see it from an aerial view today. And we can see that the Polish first responders are largely basing just north in this field. We can also see that they have their command center set up in the tents right here as well, and a large amount of personnel near to it. And we look in the field south, that giant hole right here is the hole that was created, or the crater more so, that was created by the Kalibr missile explosion that happened just last night. A Kalibr usually carries somewhere around a 1,000-pound warhead and might as well be described as a Russian Tomahawk cruise missile in terms of its range and also its explosive ordnance carried on board. We generally believe that they are not as accurate as a Tomahawk. Russians generally are not able to create systems that are perfectly analogous to Western ones. They're usually inferior to some degree, and so generally it's very close to being a Tomahawk outside of its targeting capabilities. We can see that a tent has been created on what is actually the southern side, which would be to the left here of the picture, of the perimeter of the crater, and we can also see they brought in a backhoe as well, and have what appears to be a couple of tables set up on the edge of the crater as well. Mostly they gather up parts and fragments of the missile that can be found, and to gather them in one single place, so that way ordnance experts can come in and start to verify, based off of what they know, what kind of an ordnance it is, or what kind of a bomb this was. Generally, we're understanding that they already know that it's a KH-101, so it is definitely a Russian cruise missile. We covered it last night, went across the border, and flew directly into Poland, so we know 100% it is a Russian cruise missile. There isn't really a whole bunch of Saudi Arabian or Iranian cruise missiles flying around in the middle of a Russian attack on Ukraine, so highly likely, 99.9% chance it is definitely a Russian cruise missile. We also were able to see a little bit more of this crater and the damage that had been caused right here in this picture. This is actually a side picture, apparently from that northern field, looking directly at it, and this was taken very early on in the morning, showing us the absolute size of the crater from the ground view. It appears to be well over 100 feet wide, and we believe that's about 50 feet deep, possibly at its deepest point. This is a direct overhead picture of the damage, and also this is the direct location of where the strike occurred, which was a little bit north of where we were hearing last night. We were hearing a whole bunch of places that were close to this, but they were just a little bit south, and apparently we were getting all of those reports because everybody who was south of the explosion was looking north, trying to find out where the explosion was, and in the process of that, many people were locating that the explosion was about several miles south of where it actually was at that time. We have also been able to see, additionally, outside of that, that Polish authorities did add in that it is highly likely a Russian missile, according to the Prime Minister of Poland, and so it is, of course, a significant and major incident. But before we get on into that any farther, we're actually hearing that the ongoing Ukrainian drone attack may have just impacted targets within the Dagestan region, close to the Caspian Sea. And so, Matthew, what do we got there?
Okay, so we have one image right now, apparently showing what looks to be a small smoke plume out of the area of the Kapysk, Dagestan area on the Caspian Sea. And also, by the way, I think I'm butchering that name right there, but bear with me here. It's a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, but this is in Dagestan, though. We do know that, and it looks like a drone might have impacted there. Now, we don't have any video showing the drone flying in, so maybe there's like a small chance this was a random explosion in Dagestan at the exact same time of the Ukrainian drone attack, but it looks like the port area might have just been attacked by the Ukrainians. So, how common is the attacks on Dagestan? I can't remember the last time one of those happened.
I think one of those happened about 3 months ago. It was a good while ago. Dagestan isn't really targeted often. It usually is the Astrakhan area or the Volgograd region that are attacked the most within this area, and then every once in a while we'll hear of an attack within the Stavropol region, but those are usually the closest that the attacks get to the Dagestan area. Well, actually, correction, there are also the attacks that were conducted against that armed ship traveling through the Caspian, and also the oil rigs within the northern Caspian as well, which are off the coast of Dagestan, but those would be the last attacks that we've ever recorded that were within this area.
Yeah, I was about to say it seems really rare for this to happen. So if that is confirmed a Ukrainian attack, that would be an expansion of sorts, at least based on how often that occurs, which was not very much. So what is in that port of Kaspiask, if that's how you say it? What's in that?
It's home to the Russian Baltic Flotilla, which operates a significant amount of coastal patrol vessels and small corvettes, which conduct power projection for the Russians in the largely uncontested Caspian Sea. So it has some naval capabilities within here, within Kaspisk, but that's really the only thing of strategic value in the city.
Yeah, so maybe not like a massive attack really, but the fact they've hit it whatsoever is pretty notable. But yeah, right now it's just one image out of this attack, and it's all we got so far.
So moving us on out of that brief update on the attack that just landed in Kaspisk, at least from what we're seeing at the moment right now, we will be moving back into our story about the situation in Poland and also in Romania. As while we have just covered the aftermath of the situation that occurred in Poland, that we covered live on air last night when it was actually happening, we have also been able to hear that today, Romanian air forces were also scrambled after they detected another Russian drone entering their airspace. As the news came out from Geo Insider, that Romania has scrambled two F-16 fighter jets for the second time today after radar systems detected a group of aerial targets approaching the Romanian-Ukrainian border near Tulsia. A row alert also has been issued to residents in the area, and the situation is ongoing. We understand that the drone flew into the area near Tulsia, which is usually where the Russians are attempting to target the Ukrainian port of Izmail, and then turned around and flew back into Izmail, but was within Romanian airspace for a short duration of time and flew possibly several miles deep into Romanian airspace. The Romanian Air Force was mobilized and was ready to shoot down the drone, but it was not necessary as it flew directly back into Ukrainian airspace. Both of these incidents that have happened within the last 24 hours, with the Russian cruise missile south of Lublin, and also the situation that just occurred in the Tulsia County within Romania. We've also been able to hear that the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has also added a statement as well, and said, discussed with the Prime Minister of Poland today, the violation of Poland's airspace by a Russian missile. Poland and NATO activated their air and ground defenses. We stand in solidarity with Poland and will continue to strengthen our readiness to defend against any threat, including missile attacks. This incident is yet another reckless act by Russia and a dangerous consequence of its war against Ukraine. I condemn last night's deadly strikes across Ukraine. NATO continues to provide essential support so Ukraine can defend itself. Our commitment is unwavering. And that was the statement made by the NATO Secretary General for the larger part. And additionally, one statement was made today by the Foreign Minister of Poland, Radoslaw Sikorski. If Russia attacks, we will fight back as we have done for 500 years, with or without NATO. Russia is unable to sustain an attack on NATO. So we are seeing that the Polish Foreign Ministry and their statements are making it clear as to whether or not Article 5 is invoked. Poland will respond and defend itself if it ever deems it necessary. But given the response that we're seeing right now, and the fact that a large amount of Polish statements are very well picked, and I basically say the wordage is cherry picked to avoid escalation, we would assume that Poland means that they're only going to respond if the Russian Federation actively invades their country, or if they're hit and citizens are killed or military forces are targeted within their territories. So they were generally understanding that that is the case, at least for now, within Poland and also within Romania, as we've already seen that within the Galati attack, some citizens were wounded prior. And before we move on into this poll, it does appear that we have been able to get confirmation of strikes within the Dagestan area around the port of Kaspisk. So Matthew, what do we got on that?
Okay, so we do have a video apparently showing, or at least audibly, you can hear in the background the explosion from this right here. Also, let me pause this video real quick. This dude's starting to talk in the video on my end while I was checking it out. That thing will not mute. There we go. So apparently we got some audio. You can hear the explosion in the background. And apparently in the first video, I think you can see some of the smoke a little bit from the distance. So we can take a look at these two. And then we have some more breaking news out of the Kerch Bridge area. There are currently fire signatures at the area of the city of Kerch, also at the Russian mainland side of the bridge, and also at the most southern end of the Kerch Peninsula. There's also fire signatures there as well. So it looks like Kerch has undergone a very large attack, and also some confirmed impacts in that area too.
Now let's take a look at these first clips that we have from the area of Kaspisk. We hear air defense fire off in the area of Kaspisk.
I'm surprised they were ready for it.
It sounds more like light machine gun fire, so I think they may have not been ready for it a great deal, but they at least gave their best attempt.
I mean, the alternative is they don't do anything about it. They just sit there and just let it hit with no machine gun fire or anything. Apparently, they had somebody out there waiting for it, which is a lot more of an improvement than the Kadavarites, who would just sat around and watch it hit.
Honestly, probably so. We also have this brief clip here, which lets us hear the sound of the explosion and also this guy's feet. Watch out, folks. Some people might get excited over the sight of that. But moving us on out of that little bit of news, we've also been able to see that apparently within the area of the Kerch Bridge and the Crimean Peninsula, or more so its most eastern end, there is a fire currently. Actually, one of these has already been documented at the Taman oil loading port, which is currently one of the fires. We also see what appears to be a possible surface-to-air missile defense battery that's on fire on the direct southern end of the Kerch Peninsula here near Kerch. And we can also see what appears to, I believe, be another location of an air defense system, and also what appears to be possibly some infrastructure targets that might have been hit to the east near to one of the ferry accesses or ferry ports directly across from Kavkaz port on the Russian side. So that appears to be some of the fires that we're seeing, at least for now. Some of these are largely already reported, at least earlier on in the day, like the Taman oil port, but the fires around Kerch City itself are somewhat new and are suggesting there may have been major hits or strikes that we have seen within this area that just happened, but we do not have any video and picture evidence for them just yet, at least for now. But moving us on out of those small breaking news developments there, and on into the rest of the news that we have been able to see from the NATO situation, many people are talking about the situation that has evolved within Poland and also Romania. The fact that the Russian Federation is now conducting near regular airspace violations, and not only that, the first ever cruise missile attack, if we were to call it properly, on Polish territory as of last night with an armed warhead on the missile. This was the first cruise missile to ever enter NATO airspace, and this was also the first ever armed cruise missile to also ever enter NATO airspace as well. And so a lot of people are currently talking about what is going to be happening next. And I do have to make it clear, folks, this is happening in the foreground of a larger story that we've been following for months at this point. A multitude of intelligence agencies, including Poland's, Ukraine's, NATO's, Britain's, and the United States, have all been warning publicly that the Russian Federation is planning to conduct a large-scale escalation against NATO by conducting a major missile or drone attack inside of NATO territory to be able to test the alliance. So far, this attack on Poland last night and the constant drone incursions and attacks that have been conducted on Romania are the closest that we've seen to this major broad action that has been heavily warned by multiple intelligence agencies, largely providing the same story each time from totally different intelligence sources each moment. And so a lot of people are wondering what is going to be coming next. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so that missile strike that we saw in Poland last night, that has NATO obviously very spooked. But at the same time, though, NATO has really not done much about it. All they've said is they stand in solidarity with Poland. They're offering some assistance to bolster their defenses, but it's the usual strongly worded letter. That's usually what's happening, and that's what we're seeing happening once again over the Poland missile strike. And this also comes amidst the backdrop that Romania has had 7 straight days of drone incursions into their airspace from the Russian side, and all this is happening amid the reports that there could be some sort of provocation, a larger provocation against the Baltic states. So what are your thoughts about that? 35% said Russia will end up missile striking the Baltics, maybe one of the countries or several of them, while 30% said Russia will not go that far. That'd be a little bit too far even for Putin. And 26% said Russia will invade a Baltic state. And I have a strong feeling that Putin is sort of working his way up to a grander attack. I have a very strong feeling that is the case, and it seems to be that European intelligence believes that as well, because they keep putting out report after report saying that is the case. So I personally don't think Russia will invade the Baltics. I think that's a little bit beyond Russia's current capabilities. I think they certainly will try to missile strike the Baltics, though, and they could try to launch an intentional attack where it's not like, there's no plausible deniability involved in it. It's like a straight-on missile attack where they don't deny it and they simply attack the Baltics and say, NATO, if you want to do something about it, then do something. That could be what they try to do next. So I'm with the 34%. I think a missile strike is definitely a high likelihood at this point, and the fact they've attacked Poland and also they keep incurring into Romanian airspace indicates that Russia is working its way up to that point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I would be well within the 34%. I think the Russians are going to most likely try and conduct a missile strike in the Baltics in the future, and they probably won't even deny that it was a direct, overt military action, is what I would assume. But they're probably going to try, folks, because usually no one ever just jumps immediately into anything. Usually there's always a little bit of an escalatory ladder that is conducted, and I think we're seeing a part of that right now. But we may see that in the near future there is some sort of a major missile attack that is conducted on the Baltics or Poland, because right now we're watching that multiple different incursions have been conducted. A cruise missile blew up on Poland last night. Multiple drones have flown into Romanian airspace, one of them making it halfway to Bucharest, the other one exploding onto an apartment building and wounding several Romanian citizens, and there's really been no reaction at all to speak of in any real way against Russia from these incursions so far, meaning that right now Russia can fling a missile down into Poland or Romania at any given point, and as long as it doesn't really kill anyone, it could wound people, NATO will not respond. Not even the countries that were attacked would respond at that. So Right now, that's the baseline. Anything beyond that is what they're going to be trying to figure out they can get away with, which means launching a larger number of missiles into the airspace, possibly hitting nothing again, or launching a couple of missiles with most of them hitting nothing, and then a couple of them actually landing in residential areas or in major cities or near to major military industries. That could be what we're going to see here in the near future. We may also see, and this is a possibility as well, considering that the Russians are quite idiotic, they might just start a full-blown invasion of the Baltics at some point with really no warning or no escalatory ladder involved and go straight into some form of a ground invasion. That is also pretty decently likely, but I would still say that's far more likely they're probably just going to try and escalate to even larger numbers of drones and missiles going into NATO airspace and see how that goes to figure out how much farther they can keep pushing this, except for going into a full-blown ground invasion, which I'd expect is probably coming at some point in the future. I see a decent amount of people discussing in the chat what they think about NATO, and a lot of people are saying that NATO is quite weak, and I would have to definitely agree. NATO looks exceptionally weak right now. I do not know why in the world it's being considered as a small deal that Russia just fired a cruise missile into Poland and it blew up on their territory last night. That's not really a small deal. To remind you all, the Russian Baltic Fleet in 1905, when sailing to Japan in the Dogger Bank incident, fired on a couple of English fishermen. I don't believe they killed a single English fisherman at all because their gunnery was so bad, and that almost got Russia into war with the UK, which was an ally of Russia's at the time because they were already a part of the Triple Entente. Back then, conducting any actions against anyone of your nation would generally get you almost into blows and a straight-on war, regardless of whether you were allies or not. Nowadays, Russia, which is an enemy of the Republic and an enemy of the West, can fire a missile directly into Poland, and it can explode 50 kilometers south of a major city, which is about 30 miles away, and Poland sits there and goes, it may have been a Russian missile, and we will respond if we feel threatened. It's like, well, you are threatened. It's like it was a missile that just flew into your country and blew up. I mean, I don't know about y'all here in America, but if a missile flew over the border from Mexico and blew up in the middle of nowhere outside of El Paso, I'd be kind of concerned. I would be saying that that's probably tantamount to some sort of a war, or that they need to be careful, a lot more careful, because if they're not, they are going to be getting into a war with us, because that kind of stuff doesn't happen. But nowadays, NATO kind of has this sort of a mindset that whatever happens, happens. And, it's also the mindset that America has right now, folks, in the Middle East. Iran can shoot off attacks of the Kurds, the Gulf states, and us, and end up killing U.S. soldiers. And it kind of just all ends up amounting to, oh, well, that's just a whatever burger, really. I mean, not really that big of a deal. We'll kind of respond a little bit, but it's not worth a total war over. I mean, let's be serious, folks. It's only a couple of countrymen just like y'all. I mean, that's practically worthless, right? Like me and all of y'all, hill of beans, really. And also NATO citizens, hill of beans. No one's really worth that much. I mean, a life is a life is priceless until it's lost, and then it's practically worthless.
Well, you know how it goes. Poland can't act on their own accord. They simply can't. I know it's going to anger some people, me saying that, but they can't really act on their own accord. They have to talk behind the scenes with top NATO officials, like especially the United States. They have to sort of suss out where their support's going to come from on the matter. And also, really the way it works, there's basically like a hierarchy in NATO where they have to basically go consult behind closed doors with the other members before they publicly take a strong stance on something. Because if they go out on a limb and they say, we're going to take really strong action against Russia, and NATO's behind us, and then NATO's not really behind them, then it looks like the entire alliance is fractured and they're not on the same page. So unless Poland's willing to go out on a limb and respond purely on their own accord, which I don't think they will, I think right now they're sort of proving that they won't, then they have to spend probably several days discussing all the details about what could happen, and then the other NATO countries talking Poland out of a response would be my guess.
Maybe, possibly, but I would still say that Europe should be a lot more proactive on this on their own, America or not. Europe has the military capabilities to take on Russia single-handedly. Really, Poland has the abilities to do that single-handedly with what Ukraine's proven. So I don't really know why in the world they would have to go around and check with the big daddies, because Ukraine's proven that you don't need hardly any big daddies to do much of anything. You just need a shoestring budget, and you can bring a superpower, well, not a superpower, but a regional power to its knees pretty quickly. So I'd say, to me, it seems quite weak, the response. I also saw Howard Mendelson in the chat say, oh, you know, like, Poland knows it's a provocation, and that's why they're not responding. Well, let me put it in a different way. What if your next-door neighbor, Howard, said they hate you, and they just want the worst things to happen to you, and one day they take a rifle and they shoot your window out while you're inside of your house? Would you just go, and they're trying to get me provoked, I'm not going to respond to that, I'll just let them keep popping my windows out with a rifle, and maybe eventually they'll stop. Or maybe eventually they're going to get you. I mean, they're going to pop a shot through the window and get you instead. It's like, that's what we're dealing with right now. It's like, we don't, like, you don't deal with provocations like this. It's like, what is Russia provocating for? To get their ass beat? Because that's what would happen. It's like, they're not going to win any sort of a confrontation. And that's like, honestly, I would rather get them into an ass beating right now to where we start the situation where Russia goes, oh, we're going to nuke everyone. We go, okay, we'll do status quo antebellum with no concessions. You can end this war with saving your lives. How about that? Instead of letting them start the war on their time after endless amounts of escalations, and then say, okay, now we're going to negotiate from this line, and we're going to have to give y'all concessions to get back our lost territory that y'all got because y'all started the war and got the jump and were able to invade a couple of NATO states and take some ground in them. Like, that would be more so the situation than I would be looking at. And I know that everyone always wants to act like because we know that the Russians are trying to prod us that we should look the other way. Hitler was also prodding the West quite a great deal back in the day, and everybody took the mindset of, oh, he's just doing his thing, that whole Mein Kampf deal and all that. We'll just back off and let him do what he wants, and he'll eventually give up. And then it turned into the deadliest conflict in human history. So I generally am not a big fan of the historical premise of they're trying to poke us in the eye, so let's just let them keep doing that until we lose both of our eyes. Generally, that's my take on it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a little old-fashioned that way. But nevertheless, we actually have breaking news that's coming out right now from Dagestan. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we finally have a video apparently showing the target, or excuse me, the drone that struck Dagestan. Apparently, it was a Ukrainian A-22 Foxbat heavy strike drone, which, by the way, that's basically a light civilian aircraft that's been modified. Yeah, it's been modified to be a drone, basically, to strike different targets inside the area. So apparently it went 1,000 kilometers into Russian airspace before it struck the area of the port of Kaspiysk in the Caspian Sea inside of Dagestan. So let's take a look at the video and see this. It's kind of a rare sight to see one flying in this low and slow. And also, it wasn't hit by any air defenses either.
Dang. Man, that thing ain't small. That's not small. Man, that's crazy. That's basically like a little, what in the world would it be called? A Piper Cub flying in.
Yeah, it's a large one. It's carrying a lot of explosives on board too, so that's not a small impact wherever it hit.
No, it's not. It seems that the report right now is that the Foxbat was going for the Russian port of Kaspiysk. And if we were to once again look at the port of Kaspiysk really quickly, if I can go get it here. The port of Kaspiysk is this area right here, which is entirely a naval wharf. So we believe that at the moment they were trying to hit the naval wharf here in the port of Kaspiysk and try and knock out probably one of the coastal patrol vessels or some sort of infrastructure capabilities for the Russian flotilla that operates within the Caspian. So hopefully we'll be able to get some further video and picture evidence out of that here in the near future. But moving us on out of that story, we have also been able to see that there has been other developments in the ongoing war in Ukraine, not just the situation in Europe, that have been causing some significant developments within the Russian Federation, to say the least. And moving us on out of the European news and on into the Russian news for a brief moment, Ukrainian armed forces have been causing a significant amount of damage, probably an unparalleled amount of damage to Wildberries facilities in a 24-hour period than we have ever seen so far before. I believe it's day 31 or 32 of the 40-day strike campaign that President Zelensky declared about a month ago at this point, and we have been able to see that within the area of Volgograd, another Wildberries facility was just hit about 10 minutes before we went live on air, and we were able to see a clip of the fire that had already started on the Wildberries in Volgograd right here. Blee. This is also a picture from another angle of that fire. We have a couple of more clips of this, by the way, folks. Here's another clip of the smoke rising over Volgograd. That's the same picture that we just showed you all a moment ago. And we also were able to see the facility burning here from several different angles. Oh, we can actually hear the drone coming in.
Oh!
Bro,
Oh, wow.
Nice gaming setup.
It was right, bro, it was right there in front of his place. Look, the windows were literally covered in orange.
Man, I think the window's busted out. I thought I heard falling glass here. Also, this guy had like a pretty sick gaming setup. I mean, look at that. He's got like the glowing PC and like the glowing keyboard. I mean, pretty decent.
Oh, wow. Oh my God. What was that?
I don't know. That was like the air raid siren. I mean,
Wait a minute. What? Let's hear that one more time. It sounded like somebody about to like a barf or something in the background. Somebody's about to lose it. Damn, bro. I don't know if that's a kid or a grown man, but somebody was really losing it.
man, somebody woke up and they were starting to absolutely crash out, literally at an instant. We also got to see more of the smoke rising from the fires here as well. All of the strikes, from what we were able to confirm, were on the Wildberries facility, meaning that while the strike was incredibly close to the camera person, it did not hit them or any residential areas nearby. We also were able to see this clip here, very brief one showing the smoke. This one also showing the fire from a considerable distance away. And also this clip here, once again showing the smoke already covering a large area of the city even before the sun was rising in the early morning hours, which is right now, by the way.
It's always really wild how those distribution centers create fires and smoke that rivals that of an oil refinery going up in blazes.
Man, honestly, it is. And honestly, the smoke is even thicker in these instances. Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, really. And speaking of oatmeal, many Russians will probably have to start getting used to eating that because the distribution centers are kind of being knocked out a little bit. So if they were getting any kind of food products, like dry foods and whatnot from there, well, actually, they might have a horror problem getting oats if that's the case. But moving us on from that, we also did get to see that the attacks on Penza yesterday are still seeing their damage being inflicted, as the Wildberries is still burning in Penza as of today. It is like a burning hellhole.
Ты можешь пойдем за товаром смотреть. У меня, короче, что-то, блядь, сна нет. Ебать, я как потом начал слышать там бах, бах, бах. Я думаю, ну пиздец.
Bah, bah, bah. Bro's trying to imitate a sheep while he's watching this fire, man. He said, man, you know what the sheep sound like? They go, a bah, a bah. It's like, good job, man. You know. Just look at that. The brilliance of it.
There goes all the sheep plushies that were stored in the warehouse.
Man, he's like, you know, I was trying to buy a plushie from this place. What do you call it? It's that thing that goes bah, bah, bah. What is that? It's like, it's a sheep. Oh, yes. I'm not getting that anymore.
It's like the Russian people. It's sheep.
Man, sheeple. Wake up, sheeple. Like, or whatever the hell they say. Oh, man. But this is the
I think
same
it's
clip.
a duplicate.
Yes, this is actually a duplicate. Let me check that here. Oh, wow, these are duplicates. I'll have to delete one of these. So, boop, there we go. Now, moving us on out of Penza. If y'all thought that these Wildberries were quite the sight to see, you'd be sorely mistaken. These are not the only two that we have today. We can confirm, folks, that a third Wildberries is on fire today within the city of Sarapul. Sarapul is an honorary first mention here on the channel. We have never mentioned the town of Sarapul in any other time in this channel's history rather than today. So this is the first confirmed strike that we ever have in the Sarapul city area. To mention some of the cities that were hit nearby, Naberezhny Chelny, Nizhnekamsk, which was really hit on air, and also Vontkinsk had been hit in prior times in the past by the Armed Forces of Ukraine, but Sarapul had gone largely unhit. Let us see if hitting the city is doing anything good or bad for the residents. I'd say it could do them a little bit of good. Like, maybe.
Yeah, really. Sarapul's like one of the rougher places I've seen, actually. This is like one step away from being a junkyard with a dog hanging out in it.
Let's go to a more built up street. Just one more before we get to this. Ooh. Bro, this is...
wow. That's that factory they tell you not to work in type of deal right there.
Man, this is where the Ministry of Information's run out of here, like from the movie 1984. But moving us on out of that, we were able to see that there was a strike on the Wildberries facility that existed on the outskirts of this town, and it looks to have largely ceased to have existed. Would you look at that?
That Wildberries might be the nicest thing they had in the entire town, actually, was the distribution warehouse.
Man, honestly, man, this is like a general downgrade for the whole city. I mean, going to work was a pleasure here, because you got to get out of the hovel that they were living in. I mean, it's like, damn, that was rough stuff back there.
Там по-любому пострадавшие есть.
This dude's calling 911.
911, what's your emergency? Hello, I need help. Factory on fire. Okay, you can send in your money, like small bribe, and we will come out there and put fire out. No, you don't understand. It's all of our jobs. No, we still accept bribe. Like bribe only, cash only. But we also got another clip of the distribution facility burning here, and also getting hit by one of these splendid drones.
Oh.
That one was crisp. Man, rough stuff out there in Sarapul. Also, let's take another look at this clip. Oh, look, it's another Ukrainian drone. Oh!
Oh! A little fireworks or something there, a little sparkler.
Man, the Ukrainian ordnance operator said, "What kind of a bomb would you like put in this FP1?" And the Ukrainian that was operating the drone, he said, "I would like that year 500 of the Qing Dynasty Year of Dragon bomb." And he said, "Oh yes, we have one just for you. Happy Lunar New Year." Man, moving us off from that clip and into our last one, we also got another angle of the wild berries that was burning. I gotta tell you, folks, I think this one is going up like kindling, more so than others. I don't know what was in this thing, but it burned terrifically today.
You know, if these things burn all the way down, they're not really repairable, which I'm not really sure if they are. That's a massive rebuilding cost to put these distribution centers back up, which, you know, I'm not sure how the company's going to manage that if they keep hitting these over and over. Which so far, I think they've taken out a huge chunk of their distribution hubs across the entire Russian Federation and in Crimea too. So I'm not sure how a company can absorb losses quite like that.
Is that a prison?
Maybe so. Maybe that's where they get the workers from. Also, I'm joking, by the way.
Honestly, I don't know. Like, maybe they do. I have no clue. But moving us on from this clip, and on out of that, you know, you actually do have a good point, Matthew. These hits on the Wildberries company are quite expensive. I mean, these facilities usually cost millions, tens of millions of dollars, even in Russia, to be able to build and then operate from then on. And so the losses of these facilities could start to put significant financial strain onto the Wildberries company, and we already know that they are, but they're definitely going to be putting a significant amount of strain for them to try and rebuild them or bring them back into operation. To give you all an example here really quickly of how bad off a lot of these facilities are, this is a satellite picture of the remains of the Wildberries in Krasnodar to give you all an idea of how thorough the destruction is on most of these.
Very thorough. It looks like it's burned it crispy.
Very thorough, Dyatlov. Looks like the men from the top on the rest of it burned down. There's only a small part here at the front that's still standing. I think 90% of the building has been completely burned out. So a lot of people are talking about this right now in the chat, about this very sort of a thing. How much longer could the Wildberries company hold on, at least at the moment, with the Wildberries facilities just getting destroyed quite literally left and right? I think something like a third of all of their capabilities have been knocked out at this point, and also the Wildberries company makes up about 2% of the Russian Federation's GDP. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about the situation and what might come of it, and what are you thinking as well?
Okay, so this is a lot more serious than it even looks just from a very topical standpoint. With Ukraine taking out these e-com distribution centers one by one, this is a big deal because the way I understand these places work is they move around stuff from facility to facility, and if they start, taking out so many of them, it runs their entire distribution chain. Like, it starts creating problems about distributing the goods from place to place and moving them around. It starts creating a ripple effect throughout their entire company. That's the way I understand it. So this is a big deal because also this company accounts for about 2% of Russia's overall annual GDP. And if this company ends up going under, something starts happening where the company is starting to run into financial issues, then that could be a problem for this entire company as a whole. So what is going to happen in your opinion? 51% said bankruptcy for the company only, while 24% said Russia will end up collapsing over this. It'll be basically the feather that broke the camel's back. And 14% said nothing will happen and Russia will end up saving the situation. So there is one solution that Russia has at their disposal. They could try to bail this company out if it starts having severe difficulties, like they've done with other Russian companies in the background behind closed doors. They could try to do that and then put all the onus on the Russian banks to try to bail out this company. But the problem is, though, if the company cannot function because these distribution hubs are physically destroyed, then that means the company can't make revenue nowhere near what they were making in the long term sense. So I would say personally, this company is in severe danger right now. And because it makes up 2% of Russia's annual GDP, that could be a trigger that causes the Russian stock market sell off to even accelerate even worse. And that could have a ripple effect where people start getting panicked about the banks not having their money when they need to get it out and make withdrawals. And that could cause a run on the banks. It could lead to a wide plethora of different crisis scenarios for the Russian Federation economically. So I think that's why Ukraine is doing this. And they're hitting them one by one. And so far, I've not really seen Russia do much to stop this. It looks like they're pretty much unstoppable at this point when it comes to Ukraine striking these different facilities. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would be with the 50%. This is most likely going to be, well, actually, yeah, I would have to say it's a 50% sort of a thing. I had to really think about that. I was about to say 50% solid. And I was like, well, this could definitely have a significant ripple effect. I would say that this is going to be a bankruptcy for the company only, and while this is going to put Russia in such a weak state that probably the next domino to fall in Russia economically would bring the whole house of cards down, this one might just be one of the major death blows leading to it, at least what I'm thinking for now. And so if the Wildberries company does go under, which I think it certainly will, because there's absolutely no way an insurance company is going to be able to pay for the exorbitant damages that they've suffered from Ukrainian attacks, and not only that, this company is now hemorrhaging major losses as they're not able to fulfill any of their contracts, or more so purchase orders and shipments that they had with their customers in any way, shape, or form in most of these areas. This company is now not turning over a single profit, and not only that, is looking at significant amounts of monetary losses in the material plant of their facilities being destroyed. So the company will probably go bankrupt and fold, and it won't really affect the Russian Federation economically, at least immediately, but the banks will be trying to get those alleged debts, or more so the loans that Wildberries needs to repay back to them, paid back somehow when the company goes into liquidation. And considering that Wildberries doesn't have any material facilities to sell off in the liquidation, that kind of leaves them with their hands tied, that they may not be able to fulfill any of their financial duties to their debtors. So that might also leave the banks in a significant bad lurch, to where they are so fragile that any additional strain put on them could lead to some sort of a collapse. And I also want to make it clear, folks, that all of that's allegedly. I think I made that pretty clear at the start that was allegedly, but just to make sure, it's allegedly. But I hope that does address it the best we can, at least for now. And to get y'all into some other breaking news that we have been able to hear, speaking of major strikes on critical industries, we were able to hear that within the Nizhnekamsk area, there was a major explosion on an oil refinery, or at least an alleged one that we have been able to hear about it at the moment. And hopefully we'll be getting more information on that. And we've also been able to hear that the Tyumen refinery, which took a pretty heavy hit on the AVT-5 condenser tower, has actually been shut down and has been forced to fully halt crude oil processing and petroleum product output following the Ukrainian drone attack that was conducted just this last weekend several days ago. So we now do understand that Tyumen refinery is among the many others that are currently completely shut down at the moment. We have also been able to hear, getting us a little bit closer to Moscow within the Ryazan area, that a couple of Ukrainian drones were flying on through the city today. All Blue Angels like. Let's take a look. Oh, блядь.
Whoa.
Look at that boiler.
Really a chaotic scene, really.
Honestly, it is. Additionally, we also got this clip as well from the Ryazan area. They call this formation flying. Under fire and keeping it cool. I mean, the Ukrainians are going up against so little air defense, they can actually fly in formation through Russia to their targets. What do you know? How neat. But moving us on out of that, we also got a small clip that's really neat. This is our first ever confirmed clip of that Su-57 crash that happened near Moscow several days ago. Let's take a look.
Ебать.
By the way, the Su-57 at the beginning of the clip had already hit the ground. But what we get to see here is the smoke plume
Охуеть.
rising from that Su-57.
Fly
And now-
high, brothers.
Охуеть.
Ground to sky.
The earth is made of floor.
Сука, самолет.
He became an
разъебался,
astronaut.
пиздец. Вон,
A
блядь,
cosmonaut. And there's the pilot right there, actually. But
Well, how much is the Su-57? Let's see here. Su-57 cost.
Oh, they ain't cheap.
35. So it's about 35 million to 50 million to create an Su-57. So that's quite a lot. Cost can range up to 100 million depending on the contract specifications. So that's a pretty expensive loss right there. One of their nicer ones.
Well, one of the finer ones. But, even with it being the finest one, it still had the radar cross-section of an F-15. So it's like, is it really their greatest? I mean, maybe. I mean, possibly. I'm not quite sure. But it does look to be quite the significant loss, to say the least. And moving us on out of these strikes inside of northern Russia and also within the Volgograd area, we have also been able to see that within the area of the Kerch Bridge, the Taman oil loading facility had also been attacked, and the fire was seen there on firm satellite about 9 hours or 10 hours ago. And additionally, we have been able to see that oddly enough, a Ukrainian drone attack was conducted on the Kerch railway bridge as of about 2 weeks ago, and it appears the supporting beam of the bridge has suffered some sort of damage as a result. We can actually see what appears to be a pattern of shrapnel damage on this area of the bridge right here, amidst this humongous number of watermarks that looks to possibly warp the support beam a little bit, and also some of the I wouldn't call these the support beam structures, but some sort of a additional metalwork on it. We do not know how extensive this damage is and whether this has shut down the railroad bridge or if it has even reduced the tonnage of the trains that can cross the bridge, but it does confirm that a Ukrainian drone successfully did make it through the significant air defense perimeter around the Kerch Bridge and made it to the railroad bridge, successfully hitting it. We just do not know how successful the damage truly is at the moment, and hopefully we'll be able to get some further numbers or details on that in the near future. If we start to see that freight trains are significantly reduced in weight, tonnage, or, for example, are completely cut out of the schedule entirely, that would give us a pretty clear indication that the damage has apparently stopped the Russians from crossing over the railway bridge in Kerch. But before we move on out of Russia and Europe and down into the Middle East, as we have a lot of news to cover down there today, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching so far tonight, because we've been able to see that at the peak viewership tonight, we had 19,500 people here. Damn, that's a lot of people. And also on top of that, we've had 86,000 people here in the first hour and 2 minutes. I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all always consider this channel to be your primary source of news, and I hope that tonight, so far, we've been doing a good job at reporting the news with a significant amount of accuracy, hopefully some fairly accurate analysis, not inaccurate analysis, and also some good reporting as well. But before we get on into the rest of our news, and also move on down in the Middle East, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to get to talk to a couple of y'all from the chat. So we're going to be taking 3 questions here, and then moving us on into the rest of the news from around the world. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first super chat is going to go to none other than Joppy. And thank you very much, Joppy, for that $52 support. And that's very generous of you, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And Joppy said, it's not only about going hard against relatively small provocations, despite them violating sovereign territory, it's also because in European politics, to go into war without major losses to justify it would mean political careers cancellation.
I can see that to a degree. But the problem is that it's not a relatively small provocation. Like, people can look at it that way, but, if we start doing that, what becomes a legitimate provocation that's worth responding to? Like, at that point, what really is worth responding to at all? It's like, if, for example, say, something happens here on the territory of the United States, we could just say, oh, well, it was just like 2,000 people and it was just 2 skyscrapers. No big deal. It wasn't like, they like killed millions of people. So that wasn't really big enough. And it's like, where in the world is the line drawn between a provocation being a provocation and not? And that's the problem that I have right now, is that all kinds of things that are clear provocations these days just aren't. Like a missile landing on Polish territory after multiple drone incursions in Romania and also in their country. A missile lands on their territory, and the Russian Federation clearly is an aggressor state. Every single person in Europe can agree on that. And then Russia conducts an aggressive action, and then the European governments want to say, well, it's actually not that big of a deal. It was the same kind of thinking that got everybody into the Second World War, which was far more dangerous and far more bloody than it ever needed to have been if Europe had just entered the conflict in 1937, once they saw that Germany had territorial ambitions that were outside of their original designs according to the Treaty of Versailles. If they had started the war then, Germany would not have been ready, and they would have been crushed, and it would have been a small war and a small footnote in history, instead of it becoming the deadliest conflict that's been seen in human history. A missile flying into a country's airspace and exploding on a farm field doesn't look like a whole lot on the face of it, but that missile could have easily flown into Lublin, and it easily could have blown up an apartment block and killed a dozen people, or 24 people. And so that's generally what I'm trying to get at, is that while that might be the mindset of some European politicians inside of NATO, and that also is the mindset of many American politicians here in the States, a provocation is a provocation. It doesn't matter if people want to call it small or large. A missile flying into Poland's airspace and slamming into their territory is a major provocation, without question, at least in my opinion. If that happened here in the United States, what in the world would people be saying? Like, there's this whole thing here in the United States about how, it's not like there's no reason for a war really with anybody. We ought to just stay home and stay to our own internal affairs. If Mexico launched a cruise missile tomorrow into the United States of America and it blew up in the middle of nowhere in Texas, a lot of people over here would be calling for blood. They would be calling for us to go to war with Mexico immediately, and the government would be under heavy pressure to do that. I don't know why, if that is the prevailing mindset in Europe, why that is the prevailing mindset, that this isn't worthy of a response, because it blew up so close to people's homes. It was literally shaking their windows and blowing debris off their roofs that we saw on the security cameras. That could have easily killed or injured those people, and I think that injury is enough provocation in itself outside of fatalities. But I hope that does address it the best I can. I see where you're coming from, Joppy, but me personally, I'd say that any provocation is crossing the line, no matter whether people call it small or large. The fact of the matter is that there shouldn't be a single provocation whatsoever, especially in regards to an armed weapon flying into someone's airspace and exploding on their territory. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And Matthew, do you have anything that you would like to add to that yourself?
I would say this appears to be an extra large provocation, if you ask me the size of it, a very serious one. So at the very minimum, it should be an Article 4 consultation where all the partners physically get together to discuss the matter. We've seen that before. At least it makes it look like NATO's taking it seriously, but it seems like they're not even going to do Article 4 over this, which is kind of interesting to me, that they're going to generally just like sort of let it be. So I'm not really sure what NATO's red line truly is at this point. I'm not sure if they even really have one.
Honestly, I would agree. Also to take another example, Joppy, like, because I think, Joppy, you generally agree with us, but you're just saying the reason why they're not doing it. But let me put it in a similar way that I said to Howard Mendelson earlier. Like, let's say you're in a hypothetical world. There is no law enforcement. There is no government. It's just total anarchy. The government is basically you and your house and your property boundary. And the guy next door hates you, like just wants you dead. And he's like, I just want to get this bastard. So one day he pulls out a rifle and he starts popping out your windows. Most people when they would be confronted with that kind of a deal outside of any governmental frame and it's just complete anarchy, I know you would, and I know I would, we would say, this guy is freaking crazy. I'm not going to wait for him to blast me through this window one day. He's already shooting the windows out. I'm going to go and I'm going to have to go and defend myself against this guy. That's just what I have to do. Or better yet, for example, it would be like going home, and every time you go home, your next door neighbor whips out a kitchen knife and comes to your door and starts just slamming his fist into it and saying, "Come out, I want to stab you." It's kind of a similar thing to that. It's like, that to some people might say subjectively that both of those things might be small deals and to take the high road and not respond. But that's moving the level of threat on your person to a point where you're in extreme danger every day. And one single change can go from it being a significant inconvenience to a fatal incident where you may be injured or lose your life. And that's what we're dealing with at a national level, is that at any given moment, if we keep letting Russia push these escalations to this degree, we may as well just end up letting them build up their invasion forces on the border. And then then push directly into NATO, and we'll basically be like Ukraine was at the beginning of the war, taken by surprise and completely unprepared for what was to follow. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 50 here from Fred Vreeman, and thank you, Fred, as well, for that $50 support. He said 2 questions. First, what is the best way to get you a direct donation? I love the super chats, but not if they take out 30%. Also, I support you on Patreon, but just a monthly fee. And second, are ground forces needed to open the strait? And thoughts?
And I thank you greatly for the support. Generally, the only places that we have to support the channel is we try and make the monetization streams as streamlined as possible is here on YouTube via the Super Chats or through Patreon. I think on Patreon, you can, if I'm not mistaken, man, I think that people can gift money, but we can't really process that like a Super Chat, because we just don't see it on air. So generally the super chat system is the one that we work off of the most, in a sense. And it's a little unfortunate they take 30%, but it kind of is what it is. We've had to deal with that for 4.5 years, so we've just accepted it as a fact of life. But beyond that,
And also they all take fees too. Like even Patreon takes a fee. I think their fee is around 10% or something like that. But like I know people balk at the 30%, but without YouTube, we wouldn't even have a platform at all to broadcast from. So we don't. Obviously, we prefer it to be a lower fee, but it's not totally unreasonable considering the value of the platform.
Yeah, that's true. I get it. Like it's like I get it. Like YouTube has to be able to turn and dime as well and keep the lights on for the people that manage and operate their company. So it makes sense in the end. But still, if you want to see the minimum fee applied, Patreon's probably the best way to do it. But to answer your question, I could see a way that we don't have to have ground forces in the strait to be able to open it. It just requires us to dedicate ourselves to a lasting air campaign in the area to be able to clear out most of the coastal threats and then to allow for convoy escorts to be conducted. If it's not for that, there really is no way to do it, but that's certainly one step to do it. And then if that didn't work, we might have to move to a ground invasion, but an airstrike campaign that's focalized in the Ormuz probably would end up working over a course of about a month. So that would generally be my 2 cents on the matter, but we would have to keep that up for a month without stopping. It's not really like something where it's like, homework where you can come to it one day and do 5 questions and then do another 5 and then do 10 on the last day because, we procrastinated till the end and then turn it in. A war is something that has to be started and it has to keep going until it finishes. Regardless whether some people think it's getting boring or not, it's like, well, they started it, so they're going to have to finish it. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well, Fred. Great questions there, and I thank you greatly for the support as well and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on and into the final question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news. So what do we got?
We also have a $35 support from Richard Rohde, and thank you, Richard, as well, for the $35 support. He said, what do you think the USA would do if one of the Baltic states was attacked by Russia and Article 5 was voted on while the U.S. was still at war with Iran? Honestly, Richard, I don't have much faith that the U.S. would respond to it, to be perfectly honest. The U.S. Flip-flops in their position so much. At the minimum, NATO and the European partners in NATO, they couldn't rely on U.S. assistance. They'd have to assume that the U.S. was not going to respond because the U.S. literally, one day they'll be like, okay, we'll show up and help the Baltics if Russia invades. Then the moment that Russia invades, they'll be like, we never said that, you liars, you grifters and stuff like that. They'll start turning on them completely. So if I was planning in European shoes, I would not be counting on USA support whatsoever. But I think Europe can handle themselves, really. I think between Poland, Germany, and the big ones that are in NATO inside of Europe, as long as they're all on the same page, they could handle that situation. But it would be nice to have U.S. support, but I wouldn't count on it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. I would generally say I don't think the U.S. would get involved. I don't know if y'all have heard, but I think, Matthew, we had this discussion last night about Ukraine. I was like, honestly, I don't expect the U.S. to do shit for Ukraine. I was like, they basically haven't changed their position at all. They're just saying nice words, but not good actions. She said, well, what about that Patriot missile production? They did allow that. And I said, man, they're probably going to back off of that any day now. They could flip-flop on that tomorrow. Turns out, folks, they actually flip-flopped on that one straight up today. I know you reposted that, so you saw it. And I was like, man, that was prophetic last night. I thought it happened in a couple of weeks. I didn't think it happened the next day, but it happened today, that now the president's apparently saying, I don't know about letting them produce Patriots. it's honestly, they might just have to buy them from us or from Europe or something. And it's like, oh, there we go. So, I mean, I will be honest, the U.S. foreign policy position is just so extremely erratic. And also, on top of that, it generally does not even understand what is in American interests, that we probably wouldn't even get involved in the war in Europe. And I would have to say, to a degree, I mean, I'd kind of say at that point we kind of don't have a choice, but we'd have to be involved to some extent, but we would most likely have to still be heavily involved in the Middle East over Europe. And this is also why, folks, we always talk about measuring wars carefully and executing everything involved in them very carefully. You can't just throw ourselves into a war with no plan and no foresight and just get stuck there. Because right now we're seeing that a war could happen in Europe, and now we're not even ready to move on from the Middle East to Europe if that happens. Now we've got our hands tied.
Yeah, this current U.S. leadership, they have no clue what they're doing in foreign policy. Like it's becoming so obvious now. It's like you really can't even deny it. Like even if we say, "Oh, we're not being political," it's like, I mean, name something that's gone smoothly. I would say pretty much nothing has gone smoothly at this point. I mean, I guess you could argue that maybe the Venezuela situation went smoothly, but then again, what was really the objective behind that? I'm not really sure really what the objective was, truly speaking. But the foreign policy is all over the place. This might be the worst foreign policy leadership since Lyndon B. Johnson, actually. Like it could be on the same level as that type of like bad foreign policy. It's just awful, really. The inconsistency is the main characteristic of it. There's no consistency whatsoever, which indicates a lack of competence, in my opinion. That's what it indicates. They don't really know what they're doing, and that's why it's not consistent.
I would say this probably like, I don't mean to be an extremist on statements, folks, because nowadays algorithmically all you hear is extremes like this is the best thing ever or this is the worst thing ever. But I can't really think of a foreign policy that is worse than this one. Like even Lyndon B. Johnson's wasn't as bad as this. I mean, I could say at least with Lyndon B. Johnson's foreign policy, at least he had an overarching strategy to it. You know, it's like whether committing armed forces in Vietnam was a viable strategy in hindsight. It's like at least it had a concept behind it with the domino theory that we were not going to allow another Southeast Asian nation to fall to communism and it could spread. So at least it was working off of some sort of a formulated theory and a larger overarching framework that was involved in that strategy. But this current one isn't. Like if this current administration was involved in Vietnam, we would get involved heavily in the war for 2 weeks, completely pull out for the next 3 weeks, and North Vietnam would start steamrolling South Vietnam. And then we would get involved and kind of stop the invasion at a point, and then back out again and let South Vietnam get invaded a little bit more, then go in the middle of a disaster and try and figure out how to fix it. Then we would completely stop the war and attempt negotiating with the Vietnamese, the North Vietnamese, maybe 3 or 4 times over the course of 2 months until we just started bombing Hanoi, and then we would go and back out again, and it would just be absolute confusion. It wouldn't be anything that would even look like it has continuity to it.
Yeah, really, it's like the last State Department that we had in the United States, which was what was that was what's his name? I'm visualizing him right now. You remember the last guy? It was the guy I was always jumping on all the time
Kissinger?
in the last administration. No, Kissinger wasn't in the last administration.
No,
Trust
Blinken.
me, he's too
It
old
was
for that.
Blinken.
It was Blinken, and there was the one other dude that was like, what's his name? He's the really weak dude that was always hanging around. It's like he almost looked like he was like too young for the position. Like, do you remember who it was? It was. Can somebody help me with this? I'm desperately trying to think of this guy's
I
name.
can't remember this guy's name. I know Blinken though.
It was. Oh man, I'm waiting for the chat to catch up with us. That way, somebody can tell me. No, he's in a different country. I'm talking about the U.S. State Department. Let's see here. I'm waiting for somebody to say it. Someone said, "Oh dang, nobody knows who it is." So I'll just move on anyway. But the last administration, it makes them look like they really weren't as lost as we thought they were. Sullivan, that's it. Thank you, Daniel Kerber. That's who it was. It was Jake Sullivan. He was the other one hanging around. It was Blinken and Sullivan. That was the two main ones. And they really, I'm not sure if they really knew what they were doing either. Like the way they were handling Ukraine and that aid going to Ukraine, it was not very sensible. Like the way they kept slow walking the aid to Ukraine, and that was always aggravating the hell out of us and all of these other Ukraine supporters out there too that know how it's supposed to work. Well, like generally, you're supposed to support Ukraine enough where they can actually defeat Russia, and not just enough where they barely survive. But this current administration, though, they take almost like a hostile approach to helping our allies. Like they actively villainize them and actively try to seek friendships with our enemies, which on its face is insane. And then like there's 1,000 other things you can mention that's going wrong too as well. It's just really insane.
Yeah, I mean, like the current administration isn't trying to achieve detente with our enemies, where we have like we understand that we're still common enemies, but we also understand that we do not want to conduct actions that are extremely destructive. Which is generally the premise of most Cold War foreign policy was a concept of detente. The current administration wants to actually try and ally with enemy nations or completely flip them into being friendly American aligned countries, which is an absolutely insane premise on its standpoint because it's like ideologically, none of them will ever agree to that, so it's a completely fruitless endeavor to get involved in it all. We're basically just tying ourselves in heavier and deeper with enemy nations and making it more difficult to conduct hostile actions against them, which will be inevitable at some point in the future. So it has absolutely no benefit; it's all loss. But that's generally the foreign policy that we're seeing right now is the best way to explain it. So I would have to say, circling back to answering the question, I don't think the U.S. would get involved. Even if we weren't involved in the Middle East, the U.S. probably wouldn't get involved. If anything, they'd probably end up trying to fleece the Europeans by saying we're now raising our rates because of the war. We're having to charge a war tax, and so we're going to mark up everything by 150%. They're going to have to buy it at that mark, or they're just not getting anything. We might end up doing or attempting to do something like that if a war did break out and we weren't even in the Middle East. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to your support, Richard, and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, I've seen a few people have a problem with what we're saying. So really quickly, I just want to say, because we have to say it, it's a bit of a disclaimer. We're not trying to get political, but the thing is, folks, is that when foreign policy doesn't make sense, we're going to say it doesn't make sense. That's not being political. Being political would be saying we're like with the Democrats and the Republicans every day of the week, and they're angels and the other side's demons. That's political, and especially when it gets on a domestic level. In foreign policy, there's usually binary correct and incorrect answers and options and solutions to what we can do. And so far, I would say that this is objectively probably the worst foreign policy that we've ever seen. I've hardly seen a positive comment to be made about it. So I hope that addresses that the best we can and gives our disclaimer that we need to give, so that way some people can, end up unruffling their feathers. Because believe me, folks, like in the next presidential term, there's a decent chance that a president's now going to be in charge of the country that's from the other political party, and I can promise you that we're going to be criticizing them to hell and back, because these days it's a common trend that none of them know how to handle foreign policy. So just wait about 2 years and you'll be able to hear us do this to the other side, so just be patient. But moving us on from that, it is time for us to get on into this poll before we move on and into the Middle East. So Matthew, what do we got on this poll that's talking about the Crimean Bridge, and what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so surprisingly, somehow Ukraine was able to get a drone to actually hit the Crimean Bridge about 2 weeks ago, and we just saw the damage from it today. Someone took some images of the damage to one of these support structures on the Crimean Bridge itself. So, do you think Ukraine plans on destroying the bridge soon? Because it looks like they're getting closer and closer to it from the looks of these attacks. 54% said yes, Ukraine will collapse the bridge soon, while 20% said no, Ukraine really doesn't want to hit it right now due to the civilian situation, and 13% said no, Ukraine is unable to destroy it. And I would say Ukraine has the ability to destroy the bridge at this point. I think they have the missiles that are capable of doing it. Also, they have some new missiles in the pipeline right now, like the new, I think it's the FP7 and FP9 that they have as well. That's going to be currently getting fielded. In fact, right now, actually, that could hit the bridge. But I think Ukraine is holding off for now for hitting the bridge, at least heavily, because they want to let the civilians have a chance to get across back to mainland Russia and get everybody out as possible that they can get out while Russia has a chance to do so. And then they'll hit the bridge a little bit further down the Crimean campaign, strategy and timeline. They'll hit it then. So I'm actually with the 20%. Ukraine doesn't want to hit it right now, but they will a little bit later on. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have a feeling that the Ukrainians probably will try and destroy it at some point in the future. It might just been that they were testing air defense with lighter drones, and they saw that one of them made it through, and they were like, oh, well, this actually isn't as heavily defended as we thought it was. So they might try and hit it at some point in the future, probably with ordnance that would really knock it out, like an FP5, an FP7, or an FP9. They have all those options coming around. But I don't think that's going to be any time here within the near future. That might be a good ways away as well. So I would also have to be with the 20-something percent, the 20%, that the Ukrainians probably don't want to hit it for now, and they'll probably circle back corporate speak and blow it up later. So I hope that does address that the best as I can. And with that, it is time for us, folks, to move on into the Middle East. And, you know, I don't mean, folks, to try and shoehorn our conversation that we're just having about U.S. foreign policy right into our news, but we are getting reports anonymously from U.S. officials that is making it a little bit clear that, at least according to their claims, things aren't really going that well, even up there in the White House. Apparently, allegedly, and I want to make it very clear, so allegedly, in the name of the alleged, and the wholly alleged. The president exploded and lost his temper during a security meeting today, shouting and cursing out of frustration over military options that were presented to him and the lack of progress towards a deal with Iran, per NBC News, which apparently was able to source this from anonymous U.S. officials which spoke to them. A U.S. official added, allegedly, that after all this time, there is no unity inside the administration and the cabinet officials, which is facing a strategic defeat without clear policy guidance or decision about where this is going. An ally close to the president added, anonymously, allegedly, that the president is exasperated and there was no real strategy for how long this was going to go or what they should do.
Oh,
So,
damn. Allegedly, I'm shocked. Allegedly, I have two eyes. Now, granted, I don't have 20/20 vision, but, you know, just looking at the situation in the Middle East, I think I kind of saw this without the report. I could have kind of like assumed that that was the case, actually. I think we've been saying that since the very beginning, actually. It doesn't seem like there's really a plan in motion here, and it seems like
alleged.
that report, if this report is accurate, according to the report, allegedly, and so forth and so forth, if it is accurate, it sounds like some people inside the thing are getting frustrated too.
I honestly wouldn't really doubt it either, because I mean, you know, folks, and some people are like, well, I wouldn't take that as a credible source. I mean, really, why wouldn't we? I mean, like, that's my question, because we don't really have any reason to believe that that's not the case. Because by saying that it's not credible, then we're saying that everything is just smooth as glass and under control, and therefore there's no tension in the administration. Yet every source that we've been getting, whether it be the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, NBC, anyone else, they've all been saying for months that there is definitely tension in the White House. Now, I would assume that the tension is boiling over because some officials really want to actually prosecute the war to conclusion. Then there's others that don't really want to even get involved in the conflict at all and want to negotiate their way out of it. And then there's the president, who has really no idea of what the hell he wants, and he just wakes up every single day and goes with a different plan. And then everybody has to jump to that plan on that day and then drop it the next day after. So I'd have to be honest with y'all. I'm not doubting it. And I would say that there really isn't any clear foreign policy strategy because the U.S. started strikes on Iran yesterday, and so far today, all day today, we have not seen any more strikes on Iran. So that whole strike that we conducted against them was just a retaliatory strike for the Muwafaq salty attack that the Iranians conducted, and we don't even have a fallback plan in place. We didn't yesterday, and apparently we still don't. We didn't have a fallback plan for all the forces that we still have in the area to where if they came under attack and the war just started out of the blue again, what were we going to do? The planning is so short term, we don't even have a contingency plan for that eventuality, which did happen, and now we're seeing that they conducted one round of retaliatory strikes, and that's all that they had planned.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid, I would say. It doesn't seem like there's much of a plan, really. You know, I keep hearing the rumblings about the military leadership trying to like propose these plans to do that 2 week go big, go home strategy they keep talking about. I've heard rumors that there's some support behind that, but there's apparently some detractors to that as well, which is why it could be that maybe the president's getting frustrated because his cabinet apparently isn't agreeing on a strategy, which I'm not really sure why they're not agreeing on a strategy. It seems like there's only one way forward at this point, and it's to simply, you know, finish the job that was started, which if that means a coastal bombardment, I mean, that's one option. If it means hitting the oil industry inside of Iran, that's another option too. I mean, there's several options they could take to finish the job or at least attempt to finish it, but it seems like they're kind of frozen in fear right now because nobody really wants to make the decision because somebody might get blamed for it. And, you know, the person that's supposed to make that decision is supposed to be the president. So it seems to me like he's really not wanting to make that decision because he's not really sure either, at least allegedly.
But I would have to say that I'll be in the detractor group if we're talking about the 2 weeks of glory. It's like the 2 weeks of glory isn't going to do anything, really. It's like, they need to stop, like, trying to package this stupid thing like some sort of stupid congressional bill like they're going to call the Freedom and Independence Act. It's like, we're not trying to package this thing with a nice little bow. It's like, a war is just what it is. Like, also, folks, I gotta say, I like, preach this as gospel. A war is a war. You don't get to dictate how long it lasts, how resource consumptive it is, how expensive it is. All you get to do is decide whether we are in a state of war or whether we're not. That's it. Everything else afterwards is an incidental. It just happens to form that way, however it is. How many expenses there were, how long the war went, how significant the amount of resources that we had to drain were, that all just comes after the fact. The only decision that the president really has is saying, we're going to start the war, this is the objective, and it just keeps going until that objective is reached. That's how a war is actually fought in reality. And eventually, if for some reason they're like, this is going way too long, it's becoming way too expensive, way too resource consumptive, then you accept defeat and you end up creating some sort of a peace treaty that's either a white peace, which is kind of down the middle, it's a status quo antebellum sort of a thing, or you end up giving some concessions to them and you leave. Those are our only options. There's no such thing as we bomb them for 2 weeks and then we give it like a week and see what happened, and then we bomb them again for another 2 days and then we see what happened, and we just keep like kind of like tiptoeing a war. Like, you know, if we dip our foot in this pool and see if it's cold, we can just pull it right back out and then think about if we want to hop in or not. That's not how wars work. You go into them and you fight them without stopping until it's done. And the current administration clearly has no understanding of that, because even their best plan right now is 2 weeks of glory. We just went through 13 days of glory and it didn't achieve anything. So what is the point of an extra day and another 2 weeks to see if that's going to do anything? It wouldn't do anything. It needs to be possibly a month, maybe even a couple of months to achieve what we're looking for here. Maybe people don't like to hear that, but that's the reality. If we want to actually get out of this war with our head intact and, you know, like our head on 2 shoulders, we got to go down there and we got to break the blockade and the Ormuz. That's what we have to do, and we have to keep going at it until we achieve that, at a minimum. Much less everything else that we went into the war with an original idea of. We just got to get the Strait open. And however long that takes, however much money that costs, and all that, that's just the incidentals of war. We've started it now, we have to finish it. So, moving us on out of that, and on into the rest of the news that we were able to hear in the area, we did get to see that while all that was happening, CENTCOM did publish some footage today, which is extremely loud, of a P-8 Poseidon getting refueled within the area of the Gulf of Oman, right here. Also, is that a report for me? Is that a report for me right there?
Oh, no. No, I saw some people saying, because, you know, you read off the post from the Hormuz letter talking about the president was frustrated allegedly and stuff like that. So some people were like, wait a minute, guys, like, where's the NBC News article, like, saying that for a fact or saying that as at least an allegation? And I just posted a link to it in the chat if people want to check that out.
Oh, okay, got you. I was just making sure. I was like, that's not something I need to read, right? But we can see this P-8 Poseidon getting refueled right here.
Look at it, allegedly drinking some fuel.
Allegedly. Oh, listen, allegedly they turned on the fuel. And
according to the report, it was thirsty.
It appears that it's now pulling away from the plane, but we want to make it clear it may not be. It may be that this plane's pulling away from that one. Like,
man, I hate having to say that so much too, by the way. Like, we try to minimize as much as we say that. We have to say that to cover our ass, though, because some people these days like to engage in what's known as retaliatory litigation or a malicious litigation to basically silence people that have a voice on the matter. So we have to do that to cover our ass, but it's obnoxious to have to do that.
Yeah, it is, folks. It is. It's very obnoxious. I'll say I sometimes get annoyed when Matthew's like, allegedly. I'll be like, allegedly. Like, I don't get annoyed with him. I just get annoyed that we have to do that. Like, it's like, why in the world do we live in a world these days to where literally anyone and everyone that doesn't like what you're saying will just try and bankrupt you through lawsuits to get you to stop saying stuff. It's a perversion of the First Amendment, in my opinion. And these days, almost everybody gets involved in doing that, whether they be in the government or the private sector or anywhere else. Almost everyone does it, even foreign nations. But moving us on from that, we were able to see that there was some aftermath damage from yesterday in Kashim, as we were able to see a smoke plume rising. And someone pointed out here on the side, it looks like a certain someone. I don't really see it. It looks more like Mario to me, but beyond that...
Hey, yo.
Hey,
yo! Else to me. Looks like something totally different.
What are you thinking it looks like?
It looks a little bit like possibly like not great.
Yeah, we can go.
It looks like a thing.
Man, it looks like the thing. But moving us on from that, we also got to see an advantage that the smoke was still rising from this city after the strikes yesterday. We know one place that was hit in the Vaj. We actually have one of them. We called it off last night as a possible target, and it does look to have sustained some damage from a strike, but we do not believe that this smoke is coming from that building, because this smoke is way too thick from what we saw on satellite a little while later. But we'll show you all that here in just a couple of seconds. Now, showing the one thing we can confirm on satellite that was hit, the Kyrgyzstan governmental office was hit and damaged last night in the strike. We do not believe that this is where the smoke plume that we were watching was coming from, but a lot of y'all will remember that this was one of the targets that I pointed out on air last night when we were trying to geolocate and I was wandering around. I told everyone, Matthew, I was like, well, I mean, it's kind of like in line with those apartment buildings, so it could be the northern end of the rail yard, could be the Kyrgyzstan government office. It was this one, apparently, one of the ones that was hit. So our geolocation was very close, but we're still trying to figure out if anything was hit over here in this military base or on the northern end of the rail yard, because we still have a black hole on that side of things, and whether any of that was hit or not. So we're still trying to find that one out. But we can confirm the Kyrgyzstan governmental office did take some damage over the course of the strikes from last night. Outside of that, we also were able to hear that there was a little deal that happened on up in the area of Isa Air Base, where Iran claimed that they hit the base. We have no proof of that. There wasn't even a missile attack today, so we're thinking they're just fibbing that one. So, you know, take that for what you will. And outside of that, the Iranians are getting a little bit feisty here, a little bit feisty in northern Iraq. While they're getting feisty in northern Iraq, we're getting reports out right now that apparently the Mossad and the CIA are trying to find Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, who has so far not been found. They haven't found a single trace of him. This guy has Saddam'd himself. He is like hiding in a hole somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Iran. He's not leaving it because nobody knows where he's at right now. It may be that he's not even in Iran, but intelligence agencies reportedly used advanced methods, including attempts to access security cameras and specialized tracking tools, without success. And Khamenei has maintained a complete communications blackout. Efforts have shifted towards human intelligence as cyber and technical means have yielded nothing, and his location is still remaining largely unknown at this point. So we don't know where the hell this guy is at. I heard that they checked the security cameras, but the last I remember, Matthew, I don't think they have any security cameras in closets. They might want to look in there, get that human intelligence, you know, with a flashlight, you know, opening up the doors, looking in there.
Yeah, the last place I heard of cameras being in a closet was on a very unsavory island somewhere, so I'm not sure if they repeat that inside of Iran or not. I'm not really sure about that. But yeah, who knows where this guy's at. I think he is alive, though. I see some people saying that he's got to be dead. I think he's alive. I think he's somewhere hiding out because they're getting orders from this guy. If he was dead, I think they would already said that, because in Iran, remember, it's a big deal to become a martyr. Like if the son of Khamenei also became a martyr, that would also be, well, in their view, an honor in the view of the Iranian regime. So he's somewhere in there. I think they're just hiding him so closely that they just simply don't know where he's at. And also, it's always been notoriously bad. The CIA's never really had good human on the ground inside of Iran. It's very tough to get agents in there because it's a very closed type of government. So they don't really have a lot of human sources to really track where he's at. And also, very few people have access to wherever he's at hiding either.
Man, this is where he's hiding. Saddam's hiding place.
That's a coffin.
Man, bro, he's literally 6 feet underground in a little hole with a fan in it. Man, remember when they found him? Man, he was like in a backyard somewhere. Let me see if I can find the pictures. U.S. Army finds Saddam. Let me see if I can find these pictures here.
Are you sure that isn't where they buried him?
No, that's not where they buried him. That's where they found him. He was like, here's the. I believe this was the Marines or the Army. I'm not entirely. I think this is the U.S. Army. Well. Actually, no. Let me check. Let me look.
Is that a brick of coke on top?
No, that's a rock. They literally put the rock up there. And there was like a little breathing straw back like in the shrubs, and they had a little fan down there. He would just hide down there. And I think it was like one of his relatives or something would come by and drop food down the hole for him, and he just literally He hid there for months, literally in this hole, hoping that the U.S. wouldn't find him. And we eventually found him. And when we pulled him out of the hole, that's what he looked like by that point. But he was literally just hiding down there. No showers, nothing. He was just in this like hidey hole in the ground. There's another picture of the opening for it right there. In the middle of a backyard. I think, if I remember right, It was in the town of Tikrit, or somewhere around that area. And so he was literally hiding right under their noses because there was a heavy U.S. presence in Tikrit after the invasion was successful. And they were like, damn, where is this guy? He's literally just hiding down there in that hole. So, that might be what Mujtaba's doing, maybe.
Maybe so. It could be. That seems like a really rough way to live, though.
It's a rough way to live, but it is a way to live because you got to remember, after they dug him out of that hole, or more so just like lifted the giant rock on top of it and yanked him out, he then went on trial, a show trial in Iraq, and they sentenced him to death, and he was hung that day. So, I mean, it was better than dying, I guess, in a way for him, because he wasn't really a big guy into that whole martyrdom deal. You know, he was really one of those trying staying alive kind of guys, the Bee Gees and all. But anyways, moving us on from that, a lot of people have been hearing about the major attacks that the Islamic Republic of Iran has just conducted, either by their militias or by the Iranian armed forces themselves, against the Kurdish forces within northern Iraq. And to show you all some of these clips of the strikes that we just got recently, in Sulaymaniyah, a base appears to have suffered some sort of a major explosion as a result of the attack within this area, which we're able to see in that picture in this brief clip. And there's the hit. Outside of outside Sulaymaniyah, and moving us on into Erbil, we also saw strikes that were being conducted in this area, including an ammunition depot that appears to have been hit here in this city. Oh, and we'll have to mute that because they got that Nokia ringtone running. But we can see the fire and the smoke here from the strike. Also what appears to be a small electrical fire that happened right after the fact. And in this next clip here, we also were able to see a very brief short clip, once again, of the fire and smoke rising in Erbil. We also were able to see...
I love that janky, breaking news music that they added in the background. It really adds to the ambiance.
Man, honestly, man, it's so real, man. It's so real. It really lets you know that you're listening to that mainstream news. Like, if you know what I mean. It's like mainstream news without it being mainstream. Also, here was another one of the drone attacks that was conducted in Erbil right there. Quite a major one.
Looks like Iran's laying it on heavy. They really want peace.
It does seem like they really want that peace. It seems like they want a piece of that action. But that's the end of that clip. It does appear that the Iraqis are, well, more not the Iraqis, the Iranians are hitting the Kurds pretty hard. And a lot of people are talking about this right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that and what the United States might want to do about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
So we did see this evening these very large, devastating strikes that Iran conducted on the U.S.-backed Kurdish forces in Iraq. So the question is, should the U.S. respond to it, or should they simply keep ignoring it like it's not happening? 70% said yes, Iran should be punished for it, while about 13% said no, it's not serious enough for the U.S. to start launching attacks like that. And 11% said I'm 50-50 on this one about the U.S. responding. And I'm of the belief that they should simply finish the job. So, I mean, if this is their way to enter back into it, is because the Iran regime is launching attacks on U.S.-backed Kurdish forces, then, I mean, that's fair enough. That's a way right back into the war. Also, by the way, I mean, apparently, we're seeing here that the Kurds are basically getting a thrashing, and the U.S. isn't doing much about it. So, I mean, that doesn't encourage the Kurdish forces to want to go invade Iran, because the U.S. has been wanting them to do that, because the U.S. isn't even there to help them. They're letting them get hit left and right, and they're not doing anything about it. So they're still, once again, the Kurds are on the short end of the stick, I would say. But I'm with the 69%. I would think Iran should be punished for it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with the 69% as well. I would say that the Iranians should be punished for it, and that there should be significant strikes as a result, and we should continue the war on to completion. But I just got to say, folks, I don't think the current U.S. government's going to be doing that, sadly. I know, folks, a lot of people are shocked by that. What do you mean they're not going to do what makes a lot of sense? Well, I mean, just look at the draft sheet. I mean, have they been doing that a lot lately? Yeah, well, but beyond that, though, I would be those 70%. We should punish the Iranians for it, but I have a feeling we probably will not be in reality. But moving us on out of that and on into the area of Baghdad, we also were able to see hidden missile launchers that the Iraqi militias that are aligned with Iran are using. This one actually is called the something Van International Transport Van de Poel.
Van de Pole. They got the pole. Man, they're out here wielding the pole. Really though, that is a good disguise. I mean, if that was not open like that with the launchers at the top of it, you wouldn't really be able to tell it was a launcher.
I gotta say, it's It's really something.
That's a
there,
war
yeah.
crime.
Yeah, it's a. You know what's even crazier, man? They disguised this to be a 20-foot container box. Like, look at that. It's the front end of a 20-foot container box. So I think what they did is that they got 20-foot ISO standard containers, cut out the top of them, and then built a little launching rack inside of them for these missiles.
Yeah, I think they did, actually. It makes you wonder, it's like, how'd they get the money to do this? It's like, where are they getting the money for that? Unless Iran is like, shelling out some of those cash, some of that pesos to them.
Man, they shelling out that money, to give them that missile, Sadly, we have been able to hear that these missiles are actually being used, apparently, to great effect, as there was a report that came out today from Reuters that the Yemeni-backed Iranian Houthis are apparently attacking Saudi Arabia from Iraqi territory and in coordination with Iraqi armed groups, according to Reuters reports. So it looks like the Iraqi militias and the Houthis are actually working in conjunction with each other as a part of the larger IRGC framework to conduct attacks against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Speaking of those attacks on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and everything going on with that, we were able to see that Saudi Arabia did conduct further strikes on Sana'a this morning in retaliation to the Houthis' blockade within the Bab el-Mandeb, and we've also seen that there's been an announcement that apparently the Saudis are now going to start blockade breaking in the area of the Bab el-Mandeb. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defense has released the founding declaration of the Multinational Maritime Defense Coalition, stating its mission is to safeguard freedom of navigation and secure international shipping routes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. The declaration does not mention the Persian Gulf. It also commits all 14 member states to expand maritime security cooperation, increase intelligence sharing, and conduct joint military exercises. Saudi Arabia emphasized that the alliance is purely defensive and is not directed against any country, i.e. the Houthis are not a country, they're going to be bombing them. So we also heard that there was a report that the Houthis were firing into the Bab el-Mandeb today as well, but we didn't really get a lot more information on that, rather than apparently active fires were within the Bab el-Mandeb. Moving us on from that and further north, we also saw that within the area of Jordan, there was a report that Jordanian air defenses intercepted and shot down 5 Iranian missiles targeting its territory earlier today. That was the attack that we covered yesterday, with no casualties being reported. The IRGC confirmed the attack, stating it targeted the Al-Azraq airbase in retaliation for a U.S. airstrike they claimed originated from bases in Jordan. Moving us on from that news, we also saw that in the area of southern Lebanon, the Israelis conducted a significant demolition today near to the Beaufort Castle tunnel network, using apparently 700 tons of explosives. That's quite a lot of explosives. That's about the weight of 10 M1 Abrams tanks. So nothing small there at all. Well, actually, no, that'd be like the weight of about 12 M1 Abrams tanks, M1A2 Abrams tanks specifically. So not really a light amount of tonnage. They brought in quite a lot of explosives to blow up this tunnel network. And I just don't, I don't know, folks. I don't really understand. It's like, what's the point of using 700 tons to blow up a tunnel network? Wouldn't a couple of tons do the trick?
They're trying to prevent them from digging it around or something like that, I think.
I guess.
If you take it down to the bedrock, they can't ever dig a hole there again.
I guess, but I mean, if you're literally opening up the equivalent, though, of a freaking, open pit mine, it's like, is that really doing a lot to stop them from tunneling down in that area? And it's like, that's my question. I mean, it's like, also, it's like, isn't 700 tons, over excessive?
They might be maybe opening it up for a mine, possibly, later on down the road. If they ever take the place, it might turn it into a mine.
We now have a beautiful mineral deal with Israel.
This is mines.
Man, crazily enough, it was just right on top of a lithium deposit, just coincidentally.
Oh. Oh, yeah, they're totally not planning on mining that.
Oh, yeah, completely. Absolutely not. By the way, folks, I don't know if it's on top of a lithium deposit. I'm just saying that for the joke. Man.
Man,
you took that seriously. You're like, oh, real? I was like, man, I don't even know. I was like, man, that's why I had to say it. I had to disclaim that. Also, by the way, though, folks, if y'all thought the lithium deposit under Beaufort Castle was believable, then y'all are really going to get a kick out of this one. Should I read it in the voice or just read it flat out?
Read it flat out, and then we can add in a little criticism with the voice.
Today, the Board of Peace reached a historic agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. This is a monumental step towards lasting peace and security. This agreement is a critical step towards Gaza finally being governed by the new Palestinian government that will work closely with the Board of Peace to help the Palestinian people. At the same time, Israel will have the security it deserves, with Gaza no longer used as a base for terror attacks. This is a major milestone in the implementation of the Trump 20-point plan. I'm not reading that just for the hell of it. That's literally the only way I could read that. But the agreement will be carried out in carefully structured phases. As disarmament is completed, Israeli forces will withdraw, and the International Stabilization Force will work with a new Palestinian police force to take responsibility for Gaza being safe for its residents and its neighbors. Over a year ago, there was a violent, raging war, humanitarian crisis, and hostages kept in brutal captivity. We have made historic progress, and there is still much work to do. I want to thank the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, for their important efforts, and especially my outstanding team, whose tireless work made this historic breakthrough possible. The threat that emerged from Gaza on October 7th will not be allowed to rebuild. Under this agreement, Gaza will finally be in the hands of a new Palestinian government that serves its people. Congratulations to all on this amazing development that everybody said could never be achieved. And so that's the statement.
Well, did Hezbollah and the proxy groups agree to it? Because it says a historic agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups reached by the Board of Peace. It's like, well, I don't think Hezbollah's on that Board of Peace, are they? I don't really think they are. So, I mean, have we heard this same claim before? Have we heard this before?
Man, didn't we hear that the Israelis and Hamas agreed that Hamas would disarm, and then Hamas conducted another rocket attack on Ashkelon, right a week later or so after that, and then the whole thing started up again? I swear that happened before, where they promised that they were going to be disarmed, and then it wasn't. It's I don't really think this time's going to work,
Yeah, I have a strong suspicion that this is not going to come to fruition. Even if they agreed to this, just taking the post at face value, let's assume that it's true. Do you really think that Hezbollah and these proxy forces, which are known for being deceitful, and also they conduct civilian attacks all the time, do you really think they're going to abide by a peace agreement? I mean, this is going to have any better results than any peace agreement that you'd reach with the Iranian terrorist regime. I mean, it's the same people, just a different outfit.
Also, it's on top of that, it's the people who pay them on their payroll are in Tehran. It's did anyone negotiate this with the Iranians that pay these terrorists to keep fighting their wars of terror? It's didn't seem like it. Doesn't say that anywhere. It also doesn't even say that we directly negotiated with the Hamas. It just says we want to thank the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. It's who are they mediating between? It doesn't even make it clear that we were speaking to Hamas. It's the U.S. was having mediators to talk to nobody. It's we just came up with a unilateral agreement, or we came up with one with Israel. It's this is not even a binding agreement on them that they agreed to, and they wouldn't even keep their word at that anyway. So I don't even get the point of this. Honestly, this well, I know, folks, that it sounds, oh my God, they're just trying to rip this down. Why in the world would we ever think, though, in common sense, that you would ever be able to legitimately negotiate with terrorists and take them for their word? Isn't that the whole point of them being terrorists, is that they can't be taken at their word and they can't be trusted and they're radical extremists?
And also, isn't there some clause in here about Israel withdrawing from something? Where was that? Did you see that part?
Israel will withdraw from Gaza. It said that
That's
somewhere
not
in here.
happening.
No.
You think Israel's not withdrawing from Gaza? Who the hell are they fooling? It's Israel's not getting out of there. Israel won't even withdraw from Lebanon. It's they won't get out of there either. So I mean, and also I'm why should they? It's not like the Iranian regime suddenly going to turn a new leaf and start acting right. It's they're still dealing with the threat of these proxy groups attacking their territory and attacking the civilians. So I mean, why would they withdraw?
Yeah, I mean, it's it doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. Also, on top of that, folks, behind the scenes, the U.S. keeps telling the Israelis to withdraw from their occupied areas of Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza, and the Israelis just keep telling us no, and they're not doing anything. And we're not doing anything to try and compel them to do it, so that's not happening. That sure as hell isn't happening. I mean, telling the Israelis to do anything is a pipe dream. Is the truth, honestly, because if we tell Israel to do anything, they'll literally just do the opposite just to show us that they'll do it. So it's completely pointless. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. The whole thing with Israel, Israel and Palestine and whatnot, it's a foreign policy affair that I've personally over the past 3 years just lost complete interest on. If it isn't the Hamas and Hezbollah forces attacking Israel to instigate the matter, the Israelis then go out of their way to attack Hamas and Hezbollah to instigate the matter, and it's a completely pointless endeavor, to be honest, because we can never get either side to stop blowing the other one up. They're going to go out of their way to blow the other one up if the other one isn't actively shooting at them. So it's like, what's the point of even getting involved in this? I'd say, you'd have to get in there and you'd have to get very dirty to try and do anything about this, and nothing would really be achieved. We would just be getting in the mud to try and get two very jingoist groups to try and not be warmongering jingoist groups. I just don't see that working out anytime in the future.
Yeah. And it's like also, it's like all these peace deals that have been reached with Iran, like the last one that fell apart, that was very favorable to the Iranian terrorist regime. There was a stipulation in there that apparently Israel apparently never agreed to withdraw from Lebanon, and then apparently the Israeli officials just said, "We're not withdrawing from Lebanon. We're staying. We don't care what you've agreed to." And that just was the way it was. It ended like that. Israel never withdrew. They're still there, and they don't plan on withdrawing either. So I'm like, if they're not getting out of Lebanon, I mean, they're definitely not getting out of Gaza. Definitely not.
Yeah, also I see some people. I love the strawmans that come up on this one, man. Like I said, they say honestly, it's impossible. They're just going to keep shooting at each other. Someone said, "Don't you dare bring Israel down to the level of terrorists." That wasn't even the argument. I'm just saying that if we try and stop them from shooting each other, if for some reason the terrorist group stops shooting at Israel, Israel's going to bomb them and piss them off to get them shooting back at Israel. And if Israel actually stops bombing the terrorists will attack Israel to get Israel bombing them again. There's literally no way to end it. It doesn't matter who's on the moral
Oh
upside or
yeah.
not. Both sides are going to break any ceasefire any chance they get. We've been watching this for 3 years, and I would say that ceasefire violations are like 50-50. 50% of them were broken by the terrorists, and 50% of them were broken by Israel.
Yeah, it's like one peace agreement, even if we assume it's accurate, which I'm not totally sure about that myself. One peace agreement is not going to end, hundreds of years of hatred that's been brewing up for years and religious differences that are fundamental. It's like that's not going to change that in one simple agreement. It's like if it was that easy, then why the hell hadn't it been done before? It's like this guy's not a genius. It's like, and also he's not Jesus either. It's like he's not pulling off miracles in the Middle East. Definitely not.
Also, the other thing, folks. I mean, honestly, if we were being honest here, this would probably be the best approach is to just say, let's just split it. The Palestinians get their little areas of the West Bank and Gaza, and we give them a highway to travel between them. And the Israelis agree to that, and the Hezbollah, none of the Palestinians want Israeli land, and the Israelis don't settle the Palestinian land. So we just leave fair and square at that, and let's all just walk away. And if we even tried to implement a deal like that, where we just said, okay, let's just split the thing to just try and end this deal, the Israelis are not going to take that because they've got people in their government that want to settle the Palestinian lands and kick the Palestinians out and claim the entirety of what they call the state of Israel. And then the Palestinians won't accept that because they want back everything that they claim is theirs that the Israelis are living on currently, and they want to kick them out. So there's literally no way for us to even get these people on either side because both of them want the absolute extreme. Both of them want the whole pie, and right now both sides control about half of the pie. So it's like, how in the world do we get those people who want the whole pie and they're willing to settle on nothing less because God told them so? How in the world do we get them in the middle to where one side has half and the other has half? We can't. Like, it's an impossible dilemma here. So we just have to let them keep hashing it out and keep battling it out until something happens, because I don't know any way to fix that.
Yeah, I don't either. Really, it has to play out on its own accord. Like somebody's going to come out on top on the matter, but I don't think there's a diplomatic solution to it. One side or the other is going to lose and get destroyed, and all you can do is really. And this sounds bad too, by the way. I know people will be like, "Well, there has to be a peaceful solution." I mean, obviously, people want a peaceful solution, but I mean, at the end of the day, if neither side wants to stop fighting, they're going to duke it out until somebody's destroyed. That's just the unfortunate nature of the Middle East. That's the way it works. So it's unfortunate, but I don't think that's ever going to change.
Yeah. Also, I see some people saying like the violence and all that stuff and the injustices are only on one side. It's either on Israel's side or it's on the Palestinian side. It like this is the most gray area thing I can see. Like I would highly encourage folks to take a look at the recent documentary series that was made by Channel 5. here on YouTube. It was a 2-part series where he went to the West Bank and he showed what living in the West Bank was like, and the Israeli settlers that are illegally colonizing basically the West Bank outside of UN law and also Israeli law, and they're trying to just basically push the Palestinians out. And when you look at that, that's a clear injustice. It's also a violation of international law, and international laws are made with a very strong belief in fairness in them, and that's not being followed. And then on the other hand, you got groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, which conduct endless terrorist attacks and slaughters of innocent civilians. And it's like, that's a complete injustice as well. It's like really honestly, folks, like the more I've looked at it as an internal matter between the two sides, I really can't see a side that has a significant amount, like more so than the other, of moral high ground. It's two sides that are just adamant they're going to have it all and nothing less, and the other side is basically less than human. And none of these groups are willing to move on beyond that to let's just try and be reasonable and fair and just end this whole thing and stop the bloodshed.
That's their problem. And it's like that's their problem to solve. It's like if Israel has a problem with the terrorist groups, the terrorist groups have a problem with Israel. That's their problem to sort out. That's not our beef. It's like we have our own problems we got going on here in the United States. Like if we can't take on like their like feud that they've been having for hundreds of years. It's like if they find a peaceful solution, great. If they end up, one side destroys the other. I mean, the U.S. supports Israel. They send weapons there, so it's not like the U.S. isn't helping out. But at the end of the day, that's their problem. We're not going to go there and fight the thing for them. It's like that's their problem. They got to handle it, and hopefully the right side comes out on top at the end of the day.
Yeah, honestly, I would say that would be the case. But I also see a lot of people saying, well, they're like the Israelis were there like 3,000 years ago. Well, yeah, but I mean, the Germans were in Western Poland like 80 years ago. Does that give the Germans the right to go and invade Poland to take back the true German lands? It's like, nah, generally in the modern day, the concept that we take is that whoever has what territory they have right now is the territory they keep. There isn't really a concept of anybody trying to right wrongs and get back the land that they once had. If it was lost before the modern era and the borders were shaped before the modern era, which is the post-World War II era, then the borders are what they are. That's generally the sort of agreement that we've come up with these days. It cuts down on a lot of the conflicts and fighting over different borders. And generally, no matter what argument you make down here, the agreement that we had in 1948 was that the Palestinians get half and the Israelis get half. And honestly, to be completely frank, that seems like it would be the most reasonable agreement, but neither side's going to ever accept that. So it's just way too much for us to get into as the United States. But moving us on out of that and on out of the Middle East as a whole, we have been able to see that there have been some very interesting developments, not just in the Middle East today, but over in Asia, kind of segueing over from the Middle East here. We have been able to get a statement today from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. Matthew, what do you think the enemy of the Republic has said today?
We don't know nothing about that report that's out there talking about those 400 man pads going to the Middle East. We don't know nothing. We know nothing.
Let's see here. What did they really say? It sounds very close to it. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has dismissed media reports regarding a planned shipment of up to 400 Chinese-made shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers to Iran, calling the claims not true and not factual at all. The reason why they're saying that it's not true and it's not factual because it's actually 4,000 man pads, not 400. So it's not factual because the number's wrong.
It's like, even if China said, yeah, we're sending the man pads, it's like nothing's really going to happen. It's not like we're suddenly going to go attack China and invade China or something. They could just come out and say, yeah, we sent them. So what? And nothing's going to really come out of that anyway, but they're still trying to play the deception game.
That's because they just got that agreement earlier this year that America is going to build up even further trade relations with them. And so they don't want to upset that because they're like, man, we can even run the Americans' pockets harder, bring more businesses over here, like overshore them here. So that's why they're not trying to upset that boat, and they're going to keep sending weapons to Iran while at the same time going, what weapons? What weapons? We didn't send any. Also, on top of that, folks, while the Chinese are doing that, they're also opening up a new trade route to Europe called the China-Europe Arctic Express, which apparently is going to be the first ever shipping route that is going to be conducted almost yearly, nonstop through the Arctic. And apparently the main destination is going to be Felixstowe within the UK, with optional stops at other European ports, including Rotterdam, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and Gdansk in Poland. So it does appear that the Chinese are trying to increase their trade access to the Europeans and are also trying to open up new shipping lanes to be able to access the European markets. We always have to be mindful, folks, here in America, that the Chinese are always trying to chum up to our allies and make our allies into their allies. And before anyone goes, those Europeans are pointless, they're leeches. Why does China want them? If they're leeches and nobody really should want them, why does China want them? If an enemy wants something of ours, then that means it's something of value. And the Europeans have a great value in them. They're very wealthy. They're the wealthiest region in the world outside of North America. And so they got quite a lot of money to spend. And they spend that money on all kinds of goods. And those goods are goods that China can ship to them and make money off of. And so if they can try and continue to grow their trade accesses with Europe and decrease ours with Europe, that is a very beneficial thing for them to do. That's why the U.S. needs to be out there right now going, we love you, Europe. We want to make money with you. Why don't we make transatlantic trade deals and make all of this wonderful money between ourselves? Why don't we? That's what we ought to be doing, because if we had any sense, we do not want the Chinese stripping away our entire sphere of influence and making it theirs, just because we're not willing to keep what we have.
Yeah, but the current U.S. people, the current leadership is going to basically hand it away. I mean, they're going to hand it right to China by distancing ourselves from our European partners. It's like that's stupid on an economic front and a defense front too. Also, by the way, China opening up this brand new route they're doing right here. I mean, that's also a security threat for Europe too, because some of these vessels that look like civilian cargo ships, they are sometimes disguised as drone carriers. They can launch attacks on land targets. So that's a huge national security threat for those areas that those ships will be passing as well. Also, not to mention for Russia too. I mean, if China ever decides that they don't care for Russia too much, I mean, they're literally putting ships right next to them. They could launch attacks there as well.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It is a security threat. And also another thing I see some people saying in the chat. Let's see. Why do you think the Chinese and Russians put out all the anti-European sentiment in English? Oh, it's because they're trying to target the American audience. They're trying to make Americans believe that Europe is a group to hate. And they've done quite well at that. Like, anti-European sentiments in the United States are probably the highest they've ever been. I mean, there are a lot of people here in America that have a mindset that Europe is a totally worthless place that provides no real value. And I find that so silly because, like, a lot of these people are driving around German cars, like foreign imported cars from Europe. And it's like, how in the world can you say that when literally the whole car brand that you're buying from is a European car brand? And a lot of those cars were literally imported from Europe. It's like, that doesn't even make any sense.
And also, their ancestry is probably European too. Their ancestors that came over here as migrants are from Europe. So it's like that's their homeland essentially. It's like, and they're hating on it. And the excuse will always be, well, they have stupid leadership letting people flood into their countries. It's like that's their problem. It's like if Europe's letting stupid stuff happen and they're having to deal with a problem now because of it. It's like, what does that have to do with the U.S. relationship with them? That's a domestic problem for Europeans in Europe, not as you as an American that don't even live there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what the hell? Like, it's like, I don't get people who are like that with foreign policy. They'll be like, in Britain, they have no free speech. It's like, well, I mean, maybe they don't. But it's like, one thing they do have, money and a lot of it. We make a lot of money selling stuff to them. So it's like, maybe that's not really our problem. That's Britain's problem internally. And all we care about is being friends with them from the outside. Like, y'all have a lot of friends, folks, that aren't perfect people. I mean, maybe you'll have a friend that drinks too much or something, and it's like, you don't sit there and go, that damn son of a bitch is an alcoholic. That's why I'm going to take this baseball cap and knock his kneecaps out. It's like, you don't do that. You just sit there and go, well, I mean, he's an alcoholic, but he's a nice guy and he's fun to hang out around. And I might tell him every once in a while, like, hey, man, maybe you want to lay off like the drink a little. And then if he says, no, it's my life. And then you're like, okay, all right, that's fine. You want to go do something or, like hang out or something like that. Like, that's how most people do it.
Propagandized. A lot of these people are propagandized. Like people get way too caught up in other countries' domestic political issues. Now, I'm not talking about in the geopolitical sense. Like if somebody's interested in, like for example, German relations with Ukraine, and that's a whole nother story because that impacts the United States and how Ukraine fights the war against Russia, which is a U.S. adversary. But if people are getting way too deep into immigration issues in Germany as an American that doesn't even live there or have any roots in Germany, it's like, First of all, it's none of your business. Number two, it doesn't affect you at all. And number three, why are you even obsessing over it? I mean, somebody propagandized you, like somewhere along the line. Someone told you this is an issue that should matter to you as an American. That has nothing to do with that country. It should matter to you because of what reason? And the person won't even know that's propagandized. They won't even have a clue why they care about it.
It's kind of honestly, folks, it's like the same thing in America. Like, when we either lived in Alabama or out here in Utah, people would be like, up there in Portland. I'd be like, okay, so what about Portland? It's like, I don't live in Portland, man. It's like, what do I give a shit about Portland? I don't live there. I don't go there. So what's it to me? Like, it's nothing to me. It's like hills of beans. It's like those people saying in Alabama. It's like, so who gives a shit? You've never been to Alabama. It's like, why do you care what's going on in Alabama? It's like a totally different state. It's kind of like I kind of have that mindset here in America on a general level. It's like, live and let live. People can do whatever they want, whether it goes in any direction. They've got a right to do it, and I think that's very good for the states to be able to do their own separate things because it lets people kind of have it their way. Whether people say it's good or not doesn't matter, as long as you're from that state and you're happy with it. That's fine. But in other foreign countries like Europe, it's like, why the hell do we even get that deeply involved in America in public discourse on what they're doing internally? But anyways, moving us on from that, it is time for us to actually move on up into Europe. And before we get on into the rest of the news that we have from the war in Ukraine, there's one little piece of news that we have pertaining to the Middle East from Bulgaria, as the Iranian Foreign Minister Arachi has once again warned Bulgaria over its decision to host U.S. military aircraft at the Besmer Air Base for operations against Iran, calling it unacceptable. They will have to continue to make that or understand that to be unacceptable because the Bulgarians are not backing off and they're going to allow U.S. forces to remain there. The Bulgarians are solid, folks. Really cool. So moving us on out of Bulgaria, it's time for us to get on into the rest of our news that we have from the front lines in Ukraine. And so, moving us on into the front lines, we were able to hear today that the Ukrainian helicopter forces have been putting in those hours against enemy drones. Look at this work.
Oh,
They got it, and oh, Briega. There it goes. There goes another.
Hitting them one by one. Look, their air defense actually works. It almost looks like a phony. Like this is like such good camera footage.
Honestly, man, you know what it looks like? It looks like World War II gun cam footage. Like, that's honestly what it exactly looks like.
It really does, actually.
Pretty cool.
Also, by the way, I see a lot of people. I'm not going to rabbit hole in this, just to mention it real quick since everybody's bringing this up. We saw what happened in Spain today, by the way, that whole like chaotic scene today, which was unbelievable to see that. We're just not covering it because it's not really something that we usually cover in the purview of the channel. But we definitely saw it. We saw the crazy footage coming out of that wild situation today.
I mean, honestly, man, that was pretty crazy. Also, by the way, if y'all don't know, the area that was happening in Spain is actually in Africa. It's a very small little part of Spain that's on the northern tip of Morocco, basically. It's kind of like the Spanish version of Gibraltar on the other side of the Strait of Gibraltar, and that's where the whole incident happened at. But outside of that, we're not really getting into it, because that easily is going to become an internal political rally cry, and we don't get into that kind of stuff, like domestic political side of things.
Also, by the way, for anybody asking what's happening in there, we can say that there was a huge like influx of migrants basically running into the like Spanish-controlled territory at the tip of Africa, and they were just flooding into the place. And it looked like there was like possible criminal activity taking place, houses getting broken into, law enforcement was overwhelmed. I mean, it was a really wild scene. I've never really seen anything like it. It looked like an invasion. I mean, just from the optics of it, definitely looked like it.
So basically, to describe it, it was a large amount of migrants that apparently just hopped onto the beach and walked right past the customs building and literally past the border wall that exists right here between Spain and Morocco. Apparently, I guess they swum around it or something. But anyways, they got to the other side. They just kept wandering down the beach until they made it into the town. And I mean, there was literally thousands of them. Like, if y'all see the footage, there was literally thousands of them. It literally looked like a medieval army invading Spain, and they all climbed up into the town and they just started looting like houses and whatnot. Honestly, the whole area of Ceuta has kind of descended into a state of lawlessness as a result. But in short, that's the situation that's going on down there. So we'll have to, we might see the crazy things develop out of it, but in its own right now, it's a pretty crazy occurrence in its own sense. But moving us on out of that and on into the rest of of our news in Ukraine, we were also able to see the large number of drones that currently are flying into the Russian Federation at this moment right now. There are about 300 of them that were launched, and a large amount of them are still in the air right now. Moving us on from that and into our location unknowns, we also were able to see this really interesting clip here where Ukrainian Air Force spokesperson Yuri Ignat actually acknowledged that Russia has resumed using the North Korean Hwasong-Po 11GA, or the Hwasong 11A as it's called, the tactical ballistic missile better known as the KN-23 Iskander. This is a North Korean version of the Iskander missile that has been produced in North Korea for about 50 years at this point. And from what we understand, the Russian Federation has now started to import more of these from North Korea and is starting to use them with their own ballistic missile units. So we are understanding that this footage here actually shows one of those North Korean Hwasongs entering the airspace of Ukraine and striking a target below. That's the end of that clip. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And, oh, wait.
Oh, 2 Bobcats right there. They're almost at the 4,500 of them taken out all in one go, or over the course of the war, that is, not in one go.
4,500 in one go. Man, they hit a dealership. Beyond that, Miss Decent Keeper of the Record stated that July troop loss total is the highest month since January 2025, averaging 1,375 a day. Drones in July total losses are below the prior 4 months. Vehicles and fuel tanks are close to daily average, and artillery is lower, but July is currently the 3rd highest month. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we have been able to confirm that 1,360 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 5 APCs, 440 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 41 artillery pieces, 1,362 drones, 3 MLRSs, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, not that bad, and a pretty decent day, all things considered. Meanwhile, up in the northern Kharkiv front, we were able to see that the 119th Territorial Defense Forces were doing their work with their drones against Russian forces, striking a large number of APCs and also Russian positions that had been built into the tree lines. And that's the end of that clip, but quite a nice one. We also got to see another
breaking news. We have a little bit of breaking news right now, actually. I just got a new clip out of Tatarstan where the Ukrainians were attacking earlier. I'm not sure if you covered this, but we found out apparently one of the targets of the area was the competitor of Wildberries, actually. Apparently Ozone. It looks like an area, or it looks like the drone tried to target the Ozone logistics warehouse, which is, like I said, a competitor to Wildberries. And this is in Tatarstan, Russia, apparently. So let's take a look at this. It looks like it might be going for the other major, like Amazon-like company in Russia.
So this is in Kazan. Actually, we didn't cover this attack. This one's new. So this one just happened. Like, this one just happened right now on air. So let me get this. Ozone attacked. Let me put that down right here, folks. Let me drag it down there. And now here's the clip. Oh, it's coming in! Oh no! I think that one missed.
Why are there like normal civilians, like customers, roaming around the distribution warehouse like that? Like there's workers, and then there's also like some woman standing there that looks like a customer.
I think these might be the people in like HR and management, maybe.
Maybe so. That's weird to run HR out of the warehouse like that. It seems like they'd be in a corporate office.
Maybe they streamline their operation by having HR in the distribution center. I don't know. I feel like they're probably personnel though, because they're coming out of the building with everyone else and they're kind of like gathering out here. But this drone looks to have missed though, because we could already see that smoke was rising right there from the roof. So it looks like this drone actually overshot a little. Unfortunate. One of the rare times we've ever seen that.
I guess I guess a little sign saying this is not a wild berries, don't hit us. I guess that didn't work.
Yeah, boss.
I think it didn't get the satisfactory performance, did it? Like the Ukrainians went, you know what? Actually, that's a good point. We need to get those. Man, it's like, oh damn, they brought attention to themselves doing that. Not good. No bueno, really, no bueno. But man, another attack in Russia. The map's starting to fill in quite nicely, just for one day even. But moving us back into the front line.
Oh wait! They might have been trying to hit wild berries. Wild berries is right across the street from Ozone, where we just saw the attack footage. Let me repost this right now. It's crazy. The competitors are literally right across the street from each other. Man, I think they went one block too far. I think they went one block too far trying to hit wild berries. Look, there they are. They're next to each other.
The wild berries.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy work putting the competitors literally like nose to nose like that.
Bro, this is like left Twix and right Twix, like that commercial from back in the day. Bro, it's like Amazon and Amazon.
I think they actually did miss. I think they're actually trying to hit wild berries.
That's crazy. I wonder why they were missing.
That's crazy. I'm just baffled they put the competitors like across the street like that.
I mean, that's just wild. Also, they hit right in between the two of them too. That's the end of that clip. But a very wild sort of a thing right there. Really interesting, honestly. So they might not be going for Ozone. They might be going for wild berries, and they just happen to miss both of them and land in a field right next to them. So nuts. I mean, really wild stuff right there. That's a once in a lifetime kind of a catch. Big shout out to Enforcer Matt for finding that and noticing that. We also got to see, speaking of something interesting, that a Ukrainian FPV found an ammunition storage on the Russian border today and detonated it. Are you ready?
Yes, let's see it.
Whoa, man!
Whoa!
Look at all this stuff, man! The house is literally chock-a full of bombs and munitions, dude. It was literally a giant ammo depot in this one small house, and this is what it turned into.
It turned into a disaster.
It turned into atoms.
Oh look, somebody trying to make a run.
Oh, a Russian soldier. No longer. Oh, that was 2 anti-tank mines. They gave them the extra.
Dang, you can't even see what's happening, and there the forest is so thick. Look at that. All you see is some stuff happening behind the bushes, which, by the way, is usually not a good sign. Like usually, if something's happening behind the bushes, you probably don't want to hang around. You probably just want to walk off. But in this case, the Ukrainians are going for them.
Bro, that Ukrainian drone flew down there, man, at 90 miles an hour, and then stopped right in front of the guy and said, "Come in and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical." Man, you said it was going on behind the bushes, man. Like, I'm just making it work, man. Like, don't blame me, man. That's why you said it.
The drone bandit.
Man, I told you, man, they be working, man. They be clearing them out and shit. I tell you, man, they're putting in that work, man. Moving us on from that clip and on out of the Kharkiv front, we also were able to see that further on down the line, not covering the ongoing drone attack because we already covered that just north in a different format, we were also able to see that within the Konstantinivka area, the Ukrainians of the 28th Mechanized Brigade were able to find a Russian infiltrator that was trying to pretend like they took a town. They didn't take the town, and the Ukrainians quickly reminded him of this. See,
I hear music. There's music.
Oh, there is?
It was very silent, but it was back there.
Are you sure? Oh my God, you were right. Yeah, like I turned it up. Yeah, you're right.
I have a nose for music. Ears too.
Man, he's sniffing out that music. He said, "That smells like a tune." Man, like that smells like a song.
No, I smelled the money leaving the bank with the copyright violation.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I was sniffing that. I'm sniffing the money.
They're trying to find this infiltrator right now. They're like, "I can see you, please. No, please, Bobby, please." Oh, look, he's right there. He's putting his hands up. Bro, they're catching him like the cops. Bro, they said, "Come out with your hands up."
Finally, somebody's using that strobe feature on the weapon light. Like, I've never understood that. My weapon light has that strobe feature on it too. And now I understand, like, it actually appears to work. It's working quite well on me. I feel like I'm spazzing out right now.
I'm not gonna lie, folks, that kind of stuff gives me a headache. Now you see him, they got him on the ground. They're detaining him.
He's feeling nauseous now. He's feeling sick as a dog because that thing is like put him through the ringer.
Man, they're about to be like, he's about to be like that pro wrestler, man. Like, that's not throw up, there's no chunks! Or whatever the hell that guy said in that Louis Theroux documentary. You know the one I'm talking about, right?
I think so. Look at this, keeping on that nasty floor down there, making him sniff that. Look at that. Damn, man. They get up. He's already tied up. What they doing putting that on him like that for? It's like, dude's not a threat anymore. It's like, you don't have to like put it on the head like that.
Man, they just making sure. They're being safe. And now they're taking him out. Not like taking him out like that. They're taking him to go get processed at a POW camp and everything.
That's some awful wallpaper right there. What's that? The bloodstain wallpaper or something like that? What was it, like red streaks on the wall? It's like that's a design feature, I guess.
It kind of looks like it, actually, yeah. Dude, that's kind of bust. Oh, yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, that's busted, honestly. It's like, yeah, I want to live in a house that looks like it just had a murder happen in it. Okay, we got a wallpaper for that. It's like, man, I don't know who picked it. That's pretty
Like
rough.
hell, in Russia they're buying that as decoration. They call it a horror movie in America, like Amityville Horror, with the blood running down the walls and stuff like that. It's not good in America. Over there, it's a design feature.
Would you like the Amityville Horror, or would you like American Horror Story? I'll take American Horror Story, please. Ah, yes, of course. Like, we'll have that to your house in 2 weeks. And there he is. It's a very scraggly guy.
I think I'm in that like chair that's always in like the corner of every hotel room in America.
I wonder why that chair is there, like, like I don't understand. It's always aimed towards the beds, too, Yeah, it makes you question. But moving us on from that, though, and down to Velika Novosilka, we also got to see the 23rd Mechanized Brigade striking some Russian positions here in the southeast of Ukraine. It's also, folks, like how they put those mints in the urinals, in the bathrooms, those big blue mint things. It's like, why do y'all put them in
Those
the
aren't
urinals?
mints. Those are there to try to keep the freshness around. It's nasty environment.
You're killing my joke. Like, you're killing my joke. They look like mints. I was about to say something absolutely outlandish. Bro, you come in here with the facts. No, those aren't mints. Bro, I was like, I know they're not mints.
Yeah.
I was like,
There's also cameras in the sensors.
really?
No, not really. That's a yeah. You hadn't heard that conspiracy theory. They're like there's like there's like the little IR sensor that detects movement, or the little motion sensor like that detects movements. That way it
yeah.
knows when to flush. People be like, "There's got to be a camera in there trying to get pictures of me naked." It's like it's just a sensor to know when you walked off. Like there's somebody like sitting behind the thing like trying to look at you. It's like there's people standing to the left of it. They could look right over at you if they wanted to. They can literally turn their head.
Man, bro, man, you walk into the bathroom, man, it's like, there's a damn camera in the sensor. Well, what about that guy behind us? And there's a guy back there with literally like a 4K documentary camera, like filming. He's good. He's just here waiting for a urinal. Man, it's like, what about him?
Really?
It's like, this guy's a freak. Honestly, I don't even, I gotta say, folks, like, the urinal is like the most awkward thing to go to. I hate them. I hate them so much because they usually never have dividers in them. And like, I just don't like that. I don't like that. I know some people are gonna be, what's
Man,
wrong with you, boy?
the last time I went to the urinals, which was the last time I ever did, there was these two guys standing to the right of me, like a little bit further down, like it was at the airport and stuff like that. And it was one fella. He turned to the other one and was like, "Hello, Senor Frank." And he said, "What the hell did you see?" I was like, "Okay, I'm leaving."
Man, I remember, man. I remember back in school, like whenever like they let the class out, and it'd be like middle school, and they let you go to the urinal. Literally, like there would be like just these dudes that would literally just look straight down at you while you're like peeing, and it's like that gave me like a lifelong phobia of ever going to a urinal, because it's like that's just whack as shit. Like, I don't know why the hell they would do that, but that was like I remember middle school, very early middle school. I went to the urinal maybe 3 times, and then after that I wait for a stall because I'm not having no freaky ass kid looking at my stuff. Like, that's just weird as hell. But moving us on from that and on down to the area of Odessa, we also were able to see MiG-29s flying low. Oh, we gotta mute that.
What was it saying? What was it saying?
What? Where?
What the hell was it saying in the music?
I don't know. Dang, I
Bro, I
guess.
don't know what this I don't know what that's saying. It says much tapa, much tapa, much tapa, much tapa.
I heard dance, dance, dance. I was like, huh. But it's a formation of MiGs. It's 2 of them, actually. I see some people saying they never had that experience in school. That's why I refused to go to urinals. It was those experiences in school that I was like, hell no, I'm not going to no urinal. I was like, well, that happens again. It's like, that was awkward as hell. Like, you walk out of the bathroom feeling
Man.
violated.
Every time I'd walk to the bathroom in high school, there's always somebody in there getting their ass beat every time I walked in there.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
why do
yeah,
I have
that's
to walk
true.
in on somebody getting their ass beat every single time? It's like, also, it's like, damn, like you had to do them like that. It's like, geez, like they're over there having like a UFC session over there or something like that. It's like that nasty floor y'all rolling around on over there. I'm sure you're gonna have something from that.
Man, and man, you just have to go piss or something, and you'd be like, excuse me, like, you had to, like, scoot through basically a fist fight and to go piss, and then you'd still be out there, you hear the feet, like, squeaking on the floor, like, the punches landing every once in a while and stuff.
And you want, and the squeaking, yeah.
Oh, man, you know those floors haven't been clean in, like, a good year, maybe. But anyways, with that, it is time for us, folks, to move on and into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all, because sadly we don't have a speech from Zelensky. He's been traveling around the world quite busy lately, and so we will be moving on directly into the question segment. But before we do, I do have to say a humongous thanks to each and every single one of y'all once again for watching the show tonight. We had a peak viewership of 19,500 people, and 129,000 people have watched the stream before we got into the question segment. And I got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of each and every single one of y'all spending your time on the Enforcer show. And so with that, before we just dive right in, Matthew, please take it away.
All right, so moving into our super chat questions, live chat questions, and also our Morse code decoders of the night. We have a lot of good questions to get to. In the meantime, to let you all know, there apparently is no more breaking news happening, at least right now at the very moment. So we don't expect more breaking news to happen, although sometimes it's unexpected. But for right now, though, it appears to be we've covered pretty much everything that has happened this evening, including the Iran attacks in Iraq and also the ongoing attacks by Ukraine on Russia this evening, which have been quite significant to say the least. So covered all that stuff. We should be good for now, but I will keep a scan out for breaking news if anything else does happen to break out during the question segment. But jumping into our first super chat, the last one, this one goes to none other than Cerberus3, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Cerberus, for that generous support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And Cerberus said, hello all, I hope everybody's doing well, and PSA, if you regularly use a fire pit, a fireplace, or a camp a lot, a cheap fire starter is dryer lint stuffed in an empty toilet paper roll and lightweight. And thanks for the news, and got my respect, and one from the chat please, and LSA.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that. You know, lint is very flammable, though. That would make a lot of sense, but I've never thought of that myself. You know, I'll have to see about doing that if I ever go and make a campfire sometime around, carrying a toilet paper roll filled with lint. And so I'll have to consider that right there, Cerberus. And a humongous thanks to you for that incredible support and help us channel keep running. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the one from the live chat, by the way. Also, by the way, like, you know, I was about to say something adding on to Cerberus's super chat real quick. Also, Cerberus, another way that you used to be able to, like, have, like, a really, like, survival situation fire starter, you could just take the phone battery out of your phone and, like, spark the bits together. If you had, like, a little scrap of metal or, like, a file or, like, maybe, like, a paper clip or something, you could just spark the battery together and create some sparks to make a fire. But now that the battery's, like, integrated in the phone, you can't take the phone backing off anymore because, you know, the intelligence agencies don't want you taking the battery out anymore. Apparently, you can't do that. So all you can do is have hopes and prayers or something like that. You might be able to use the flashlight feature on the back of the phone to start a fire if you have a magnifier.
I don't think that burns bright enough.
No, it doesn't.
Bro, you're gonna have people out in the woods starving to death. It's not lighting, man. They're like using like the last 3% of their battery.
Yeah, really. You might just have to go find some sushi or something like that to eat that doesn't require cooking. But anyways, though, moving into the live chat question from Cerberus. This one goes to Lord Cog, who said, is it worth the United States still following the rules of war if only the Western countries follow it? And I would argue, yes, I think it is the best. It's definitely the best for us to follow the rules of war because we agreed to it. That's number one. And number two, if we don't abide by the rules of war, anybody in the United States that still has a conscience and also still has standards that they want to upkeep is going to start feeling very demoralized that the U.S. is now getting on the level of these other countries like Russia and Iran that act like terrorist forces. We don't want to be like them. That's why we're fighting against them. So I would say it's still good for morale reasons, also to stick to our agreements we've already agreed to. I would say we should stick to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say yes, because the real question is, who are we as the United States of America? And if the answer is that we are a good country, then we should operate like a good country. Just because a despotic nation like Iran might conduct terrorist attacks doesn't mean that we should ever stoop to that sort of a low. Just because the Imperial Japanese Army would not take prisoners and would treat prisoners of war brutally doesn't mean that if we take prisoners of war from their side, we treat them brutally. It's a matter of moral ethics, and some people will say war is war, but I don't really think there's such a thing as in war. You just happen to just go into a violations frenzy where you're just I'm trying to figure out the way to say it, taking advantage of people in different ways, and I'm sure all of y'all can fill in the blanks from there. That's probably about the closest I can get to saying it on air. But it's like, what would compel us to being brutal? Why in the world would the United States as a nation want to go out of our way to, say, bomb civilians in the middle of a war, or to allow our soldiers in the armed forces of the Republic to conduct atrocities against local people in occupied areas? What good does that do the country, and what good does that actually do our war effort? We don't fight wars as the United States of America historically, and I would say that we never should get into that trend of just wanting to conduct acts of savagery against random people. Because we always have to remember that while foreign policy is lopsided and we're always looking out for our interests and not the interests of our enemies, we are looking generally to do what we have to do and nothing more than that. We try and conduct our actions as impersonally as possible, and that includes in times of war. So I would say yes, we should generally follow those rules because that's what makes the United States what we are. We have always been a civilized nation that has fought in civilized terms. Even before the Geneva Convention ever existed, the United States was fighting in a very honorable and sensible way for the most part. There were a couple of road bumps here and there where massacres and atrocities were conducted, but that was not the normal daily occurrence of the U.S. military at war. And I think that we should stay to that because that's one of the main things that makes the United States what it is our enlightened and civilized values, whether it be here on the home front or overseas on campaigns. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And I also saw someone respond, why should we not follow the rules of war? And they said to win. But the thing is that doesn't allow us to win. Like, what about letting one of our soldiers murder people indiscriminately, like civilians, or execute prisoners of war, or loot people's houses and rob them at gunpoint, or violating innocent women in occupied areas? How does that help the United States to win a war? That doesn't do anything to help us win a war. The war is going to be won or lost all the same. The only thing that changes is what America is, and at that point, we're nothing more than a band of savages going around the world inflicting savagery upon innocent people for really no real reason. And so that's why I'd say I'd never agree with that, because people who say it's war and things happen, it's like, I don't really ever see how they can say it's war and things happen, so let's just let the soldiers do whatever the hell they want, no matter how depraved and sick it is. Because if you give people that kind of room to do that, they are going to do that. I mean, like, there's an endless amount of examples. I mean, look at Germany and the Soviet Union in the Second World War. The Eastern European Front was just a realm of the most hellish things that you could imagine. I can't even get close to stating what happened on the Eastern Front as far as in the occupied areas on both sides during the Second World War, but it was the worst kind of tragedies and brutalities and crimes against humanity that could be imagined. And we should never accept as America taking a moral exemplar or a moral example that is less than sublime or perfection, and we should always be striving for perfection, even if it is impossible to attain. So I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And also, I saw someone say, you're letting your morals kill you. How? I see you're one of the more prolific voices in this. How in the world is not robbing people and looting them getting you killed? Like, you don't have to loot people's houses in occupied territory, and you don't have to conduct crimes against women in vulnerable women in occupied territories either. That's not going to risk you getting killed either. Like in a war, in a firefight, there's no such thing as, oh, following the rules of war are going to get you killed. I mean, in a firefight, you're firing at the enemy. If you shoot them and they die, that's just a part of the battle. There's nothing in the rules of war saying you can't do that. If you're in a firefight, you're in a firefight. The rules of war are generally about what a military does to the civilians within a war zone. That's more so what the rules of war are concerned about, and also the treatment of prisoners, and also what kind of weapons are illegal to use. That's generally most of the parameters covered. Anything beyond that, that's a rules of engagement thing, and that's decided by the top leadership here in the States. Like when we can engage the enemy and how we engage the enemy and what we have to do to drop a bomb on a certain house because we don't know if there's civilians in it or not. All that stuff is rules of engagement sides of things, or ROE. Everything else has to do with the rules of war, which is just the base level moral standards. So with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Sonny Schreiner. And thank you, Sonny, for the 50, and we do appreciate that. He said, a small money provocation for you guys. And peace, and take one from the chatty chat. And thank you, and LSA.
Oh, and a big thanks to you for the support, Sony Schreiner there. We thank you greatly for that. And I also got to say, a big thanks to you for the support, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat in your honor. And of course, long live the Lee Spermy, and the Lee Spermy will never die. And Matthew, what do we got?
And in honor of Sonny's super chat, the live chat question is going to go to David Tablet. He said, why do Ukrainian focus on the wild berries facilities? And there's a couple of reasons for it. Two main reasons. The one that Ukraine states is they say that attacking those distribution facilities is going to destabilize the Russian civilian populace because that's something that affects them in their daily lives. So it brings the war home and makes it real psychologically to the Russian public. So that raises the odds that maybe the Russian people might push back on a full-scale mobilization or possibly maybe form like small resistance groups against the Putin regime. That's one aspect of it. Number two, it's economic. Because as we're seeing, if enough wild berries facilities get hit, that could cause such bad financial difficulties within the company that the company is unable to function at that point just because they simply don't have their infrastructure left to function. So that could be a secondary aspect to it as well. Now, it is controversial, I will say that, because technically those are not military targets. Ukraine argues and alleges that the wild berries are somehow involved in the military somehow, but that evidence is very shaky, at least in my personal opinion. So it's controversial for that reason. Because, I mean, some people argue it's a civilian target and simply purely civilian, and some people say it's dual use. It depends on who you ask. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my honest opinion, it generally is most likely because the Ukrainians are wanting to impact the Russian citizenry more so than anything, because that's really the main thing that's going to be impacted. But the official claim that the Ukrainian government is working off of to legitimize it under the rules of war is that the targets are a part of a larger military supply chain, allegedly. That's according to their claims, not ours. And for that reason, they are justifiable military targets to be hit and destroyed. I think that the military impact for the Russian Federation logistically via wild berries is probably very small, if not non-existent, if we're being completely honest, because the volume of goods and materials that the Russian military would need would basically take up the entirety of the wild berries logistics functions if that's what they were really doing. So I would say, in my honest opinion, I think it's more so trying to conduct economic damage and try and topple the Russian economy in another way through the logistics industries, and also try and impact the Russian citizenry. But because they are using a claim and an allegation that's involved in military logistics, that's generally the running all broader story. And it's one that gives it plausible acceptance to where we can say, well, it's kind of in that gray area to where it could possibly be criminal action, but because they're justifying it in this way and trying to make a paper trail for that, it seems justifiable in the here and now. After the war, we might find out that it wasn't at all, or we might find out that this company was the most large logistics force in the Russian Federation for the military. We don't know, but for now, that's generally the situation as it stands. So a big thanks to you for sponsoring our live chat and getting us a great live chat from David Tablet, Richard Rody, and a huge thanks to you so much once again. I'm not going to rabbit hole, Matthew, but I want to ask a question because I'm finding this conversation very interesting, and I'm trying to see what other people are saying from the other side. But I saw someone in the chat say a second ago about the whole war crimes thing. Let's see. It was something along the lines of, wait until you're in a life or death situation and try and follow the rules of war. So I got to ask, what rule in the Geneva Convention is putting people in an unnecessary risk of death versus a morality standpoint? Like where in the world is the chance of death outweighing the morality standpoint on one provision in the Geneva Convention or one rule in the Geneva Convention? I'd like to know, because I don't really know of any myself, but maybe I'm just not that well versed on the Geneva Convention. But with that, we're
Wasn't
on
that
the. Mhm.
Isn't that by definition being an animal? It's like, I mean, that's the way like a wild animal, like a let's just say a bear in the forest. It's like, a bear doesn't really know what your intentions are, but if you're in the vicinity of it and it sees you and it feels like it's threatened, I mean, it'll try to kill you. I mean, that's what a wild animal, a bear will do. It's like that's what separates us from animals. Like we have like common sense and we're able to reason through stuff on a case by case basis. So, just because the enemy's nearby and you're on the battlefield doesn't mean it's okay to commit a war crime just because you're in a life or death scenario. I mean, that doesn't make it like that whatsoever. I mean, you don't have to, I mean, like even in self-defense, like here in America, like when you defend yourself, I mean, you don't have to start, doing heinous things to somebody to defend yourself. You simply have to defend yourself and do what you have to do at the minimum to keep yourself safe. You don't have to go out of your way to go over the top and do something crazy to defend yourself. That's what I don't really understand where people take it that extra mile. That's not necessary.
Also, Gizmo just said that shit goes out the window when you're looking down a barrel and it's you or him. Well, if he's aiming a gun at you, there's nothing in the Geneva Convention that says that you can't shoot
That's
him.
self-defense.
That's not self-defense. That's just war. I mean, you're in a firefight. There's nothing in the Geneva Convention saying the enemy can shoot at you, but alas, you cannot shoot back, for that would be a war crime. That's literally war. Like if you're in a firefight with an enemy infantry unit, yeah, if they've got guns aimed at you, that's a firefight. You've got all the grounds to lay them low with machine gun fire and whatever indirect fire support you can call in. That's war. I think a lot of folks are getting very like or kind of like I would honestly have to say they're almost like disingenuous argument points, because there's literally no provision in the Geneva Convention that says you can't fire at the enemy when they're firing at you. Literally, that's just a war. That's literally what a war is at its basic element. The Geneva Convention is about what you do to occupy peoples within an occupied territory. Like, you can't violate women, you can't rob their houses, you can't hold them at gunpoint, you can't torture people, you can't just detain them indefinitely for whatever the hell you want, stuff like that. Or, you can't use exploding bullets because they're extremely inhumane, you can't use chemical weapons or biological weapons because those are also extremely inhumane, because we're not trying to be savages. It's stuff like that. It's not
Yeah.
anything that's limiting people in their actual ability to fight a war. It's limiting them from conducting reprehensible acts of savagery beyond just fighting a war.
Yeah, and also it's like, at the end of the day, I mean, soldiers, they're not the decision makers. They're simply, cogs in the machine essentially out there doing what they're told and what they're ordered to do. So, I mean, it's almost like the same logic of like people that go into like a retail store or something and they start taking out their frustration about the company on the workers that are making minimum wage. It's like the workers aren't the ones making these decisions. You're trying to take out your anger on somebody who's just a cog in the machine. It's like what's the logic behind this? It's like if you're a soldier on the battlefield and you're like, this country really doing something bad to me, I'm going to really make them pay by doing something heinous to them. It's like they're not the ones that made the decision. They're ordered there just like you were ordered there. It's like you're just on opposite sides of each other and following orders of a sicko or possibly maybe a justified person at the top. So it's like what you doing taking out on them? It's like you're just trying to fight for your life. You're not trying to go crazy.
Also, I saw someone say those 2,000 people that were in the towers were armed to the teeth on that day, right? I don't know how that argument's supposed to be made, because off of that argument, then um, I don't get it. The whole reason we went to war with them was over that. Like, we went to war as a response. We generally have an idea here in America as a constitutional standpoint, which is a moral standpoint under the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishments. That was a horrendous action, and we responded to it by going to war and finding the leaders of those terrorist cells that were responsible for that, and we assassinated them. That was our response. I mean, I don't really know how we're supposed to go from there. I mean, what do you want us to do? Go over to Afghanistan and wipe out Kabul? Just like wipe out every man, woman, and child in the city? And what good does that do for anybody? That doesn't do anyone any good. There's probably going to be millions of innocents slain for the bloodlust of one person, and it didn't really achieve much of anything in that regard, rather than just being brutalist. Really, I mean, and I don't really understand the standpoint of people these days. Like it doesn't make any sense at all. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, tone down the analogies a little bit because, like, I don't know if YouTube's going to listen to some of this stuff and understand an analogy or not. So we don't have to give too extreme examples on stuff like that. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Maxwell Conan, who puts in a 27. And thank you, Maxwell, for that support. He said, likely an errant missile, but Putin is clearly trying to test Europe's thus far untested will. But fighting Poland and the Baltics in addition to Ukraine sounds like a recipe for someone to be Putin, his place, Bliat. Also pun, LSA.
And LSA, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I would have to say, generally, I think it's a provocation because with all the drones that have been flying into Romania lately, this just appears to be another similar incident to those. And really, any sort of airspace incursion like that is a significant threat and a significant provocation, whether they intended it to be or not. And the Russians should have enough concern about creating a provocation that they shouldn't even have missiles flying that close to the Polish border for them to cross like that, if that was the case. Because in the Second World War, the Germans started to largely avoid bombing the near border areas of France near to Switzerland because Switzerland would start shooting down German bombers. And so there was agreement that nothing would happen near to Switzerland, and in turn, the Swiss wouldn't keep shooting down German bombers. So I would say that generally should be the example. But I would also agree. I think that Putin should be put in his place. I would definitely agree with that. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from John Garner. And thank you very much, John, for that $20 support. We do appreciate it very much. He said, yippee.
Yippee! And a big thanks to your support, John Gunner, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing a reality and help us to keep this thing running every day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Lover1111, who put in a 20, and thank you as well for that support. They said, what would you do if someone broke inside your house and injured your and children, but didn't try to take them out? Would you invoke Article 5 and beat their ass, or would you simply write a strongly written letter condemning the action?
I would invoke Article 5 and
Castle
beat their
Doctrine.
Like,
well, I would say Castle Doctrine applies to that, and whatever happens to defend my home is what happens at that point.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Like, and that's the exact point that we've been trying to make tonight. It's like, it's like, oh well, this is just a small provocation. It's just a missile blowing up in Poland. And small provocation keeps on growing in what it includes. Because man, they remember back in the day when the drones flew into Poland, the ones that were decoys, and were like, this is a pretty big provocation. Oh, and it's not. Enforcers, y'all are just warmongers. It's nothing but a small provocation. It would be a big provocation if an armed drone flew into a NATO country, and then the armed drone blew up in Galati and wounded 2 people. Oh, but Enforcer, that's but a small provocation. Really, it was just an armed drone with a bomb. Really, no one was killed. It's not that big of a deal. Now, if a armed missile flew into NATO, that would be a provocation. And then it happens. Oh, but Enforcers, that's but a small provocation. It just keeps on going. Like, everything keeps on becoming a small provocation when it's supposed to be crossing the line. Yeah. I would say this has certainly crossed the line today, in my opinion.
I think at this point, it's becoming clear where NATO's red line is at, if there is one, which at this point, I would still believe there's a red line, but it seems like it's getting more and more vague every day and every time a provocation happens. It seems like the red line is simply, are there civilian casualties or are there not? Like, that seems like the red line. Like, it clearly, attacking Polish territory is not going to invoke NATO Article 5. I don't think any missile attack that does not cause casualties will invoke Article 5. I think Russia has free reign on that. That's the message I'm getting out of it. But now the one thing that we don't know, it's like if Polish civilians get killed by a Russian missile that flies into their territory, I mean, in my opinion, that seems like a clear Article 5 invocation. And I think that might be their red line. Hopefully it is, because I wouldn't want them just to overlook something like that if innocent people get killed from a missile. But I'm not totally sure if they would actually go through with it.
I don't know. I mean, the fact that Romanian civilians were wounded and all the Romanian government said is, we're very concerned about what Russia's doing. It's like that honestly, man, was such a weak response. It's like, hell, it's like, I think if it's not a certain number of citizens in NATO getting killed, they probably would just go, this is concerning, and we're very worried about this. And it's like, that would be such a stupid, weak response. It's like, basically at that point, everybody's at the mercy of Russia. You could just get wiped out of the market one day in Warsaw, and all the government in Poland would do is say, we're very concerned about that, and it looks like it was a Russian missile, and hopefully they don't do that again. Because if they did, I mean, we would really do something about it next time, but this time we're going to let it slide. It's like, that's such a lame response.
Really, though, honestly, if we're being straight up honest here, like, Is it a fair red line to say that casualties are the situation that Article 5 would be invoked? Because we have to really like consider this for a moment. If Article 5 is invoked, that means that NATO is determined that that was an attack on NATO and that was an act of war by Russia, and therefore they're going to war with Russia, which that could entail, all kinds of crazy events that happen beyond that point. So is it a fair point to say that we should wait until something severe like that happens so that way there is a proper justification for it, or should we be gung-ho and ready to go in over a missile hitting a random field in Poland? I'm not so sure. Like, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit on the fence about that because on one respect, I view the situation of World War III breaking out by a direct attack on NATO, I view it as being imminent. I don't think it's a probability. I think it's imminent at this point. Russia's simply waiting for the right moment and also basically working themselves up to it. So I could see a good argument for a preemptive Article 5 invocation based on that aspect. But at the same time, though, let's just say that by happenstance, Russia doesn't actually follow through with it. And then, NATO preemptively activated Article 5 and started the war preemptively when it wasn't even necessary. And there weren't any casualties yet.
But yeah, but it's kind of like the similar thing of like, what if Hitler stops at Austria and the Sudetenland and he doesn't really try and go for Danzig? It's kind of like the same mindset. It's like we're basically allowing this best way to describe it, like we're basically allowing this demon to keep growing as we keep going, well, maybe they won't go all the way there. And we already know they are. I mean, Putin's made it clear he's going to try and take the territory in Finland, the Baltics, and parts of Poland to try and create some neo-Russian empire. So it's like, I mean, we generally have enough reason to believe he's going to eventually do that at some point, and war is inevitable with that philosophy. So I'd say it would be better to meet it at the head now because we already have the historical example with Germany, Italy, and Japan that if they make it clear they have those kinds of ambitions, they are going to act on them eventually, and it's better to meet them at the head when they're unprepared now rather than later when they're ready.
I mean, that's a fair argument too. I don't think in my head, there's no question that Russia's going to do something against the Baltics. I think it could happen by the end of the year. Like it could happen that quick in a matter of months. The fact that Russia is attacking Poland with a missile, and it's not the first time they've attacked Poland, by the way, and they're doing literally daily incursions into Romanian airspace, which is also another NATO country. I mean, clearly, Russia is trying to test and probe. They've been doing that for years, and it seems like they're ramping up the intensity of it over the last week or two, and especially launching a missile into Poland. That's the first time that's ever happened in this war. So, I mean, they're escalating every single time. So, what's not to say they're not going to go actually attack the Baltics? They say that they have actionable intelligence out of Poland and Germany that Russia's planning on doing it. So, if that intelligence is truly actionable, then why don't they operate based off of that?
I would have to agree. And I guess it's just because they're not wanting to, because they're hoping that maybe it'll just all pass over. Because once again, it's the elected civilian leadership that has to make the decisions, and then the elected civilian leadership might be going, oh, if I react, they might spin it this way, and I might lose an election. And then they might be like, let's just hope that it all passes over. Because FDR in America, he got elected in the 1940 presidential election with the concept of, I definitely understand that everyone in America wants to stay out of a war. So we're definitely not getting involved in World War II on our own volition. And then when he got elected, he had already been working in the last term and that term up till December 7th on getting America ready to enter the war because he knew it was inevitable. And that's also why we let Pearl Harbor happen, because there's actually a lot of credence these days, historically, folks, that the U.S. knew that Japan was going to attack us by about September of 1941, and FDR kind of just had to sit there with his hands tied, because there was really no, he would have to go to the Congress during that time and say, well, you need to declare war on Japan and all that. And so that was a whole deal. So he basically just decided, we'll let them bomb Pearl Harbor and invade our territory, the Philippines, so that way we can go to war, but we know it's coming. They already knew that by September.
Yeah.
So
And it sounds bad. Like that sounds bad, but at the same time though, put it in a more minuscule example. Like for example, if some drunk is standing in front of you on the sidewalk or something like that, and they're like, "I'm going to fix you up. I'm going to punch you." And you're like, "No, don't do that. Don't touch me." And they come for you anyway, and they're looking like they're about to punch you, but you're not really sure. It's sometimes it's a better idea just to let them take the first punch and take the first hit. So that way you can later tell tell the police, look, I clearly was attacked and I defended myself when I beat his ass for hitting me. Like, and like clearly it's self-defense. I have proof of it. Here's a bruise on my face where he hit me first. Like that's the way I think. I'm like, sometimes better to take the first blow, so that way you have a concrete justification for, self-defense. That's the way I look at it. And I could also see a same argument for that on a more like larger geopolitical sense too. Sometimes just to have concrete justification for going to war and making sure it's 100% justified, sometimes you might have to take the first hit.
Yeah, that's true. And also then on top of that, you have a big rallying cry. Not to speak of it in like a very detached sort of transactional sense, but you also have a rallying cry for the country to go, let's avenge Pearl Harbor, instead of, oh, we're gonna think about this, folks. If Saddam Hussein actually did have some sort of a missile that could reach a U.S. installation in Europe and whatnot, and he blew up a missile on, say, like Ramstein Air Base, then the U.S. would have a rallying cry at that point. Let's avenge Ramstein. Let's go invade Iraq. Instead, we did it preemptively, proactively more so, before anything happened at all, although we don't really even know that anything was going to happen in that case. And then everyone goes, why were we there? And so, honestly, like, as far as, like, making a public argument, it's a lot easier to be attacked quite openly and clearly and then go, this is why we're doing this, is because we got attacked and now we're in a war, rather than trying to start one proactively in some cases. And that's also another factor at play on the political side of things. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here, also someone said, well, Matt, it could be the last hit you take if you get hit first by somebody that's really like slugging it out. I mean, if they look like they're like a freaking Mike Tyson that's about to punch you, you probably don't want to take that punch. Like, it's probably not a wise idea at that point. So you don't take a punch from somebody that's clearly like a professional fighter or something like that. Like, don't take that hit, because it probably would be your like last hit if you took one like that serious. So you gotta weigh your battles. You gotta pick them carefully. But our next one here goes to Pyrophila, who puts in a 20. And thank you for that support, by the way. They say Kaliningrad is begging to be repatriated and send in the vomit comets. And let Tusk and Putin figure it out together.
Interesting. That's filled with so many allegories. I like kind of getting lost. But a big thanks to you for support. Now with this channel to keep running it, I suppose so. Sure, why not? And so a big thanks to you once again for support and help with this channel to keep running. I also just saw Daniel Dixon say, if you're telling the truth, the authorities will believe you. Hell no, they won't.
No.
They believe what they're seeing.
Yeah, I've seen that up close before. Like, you'll be defending yourself fairly, and if it looks like the other person has a better story than you, they'll like, on probable cause, they'll take somebody in that may be innocent, that may have been truly defending themselves. I mean, if there's no like camera nearby that was filming it or something to prove that you were clearly defending yourself, I mean, it's up for debate. It's your word against theirs.
Yeah, I mean, like, if the cops pull up and this guy is on the ground and his face is all messed up, I mean, like, you just beat the hell out of him. But he was the guy who instigated, and he told you that he was going to cut you up like a ham, and then you'd knock the hell out of him. They're going to put you in cuffs, and they're going to call an ambulance for him. And because they're going to automatically assume, once they get on scene, that whoever is the one that looks like they're in the better position, that's probably the aggressor. The victim's on the ground. It could be the completely different story. And they're going to work off of that, and they might end up prosecuting you on that as well. So it's like as far as the legal world works, it's not about, like, oh, I'm an honest, law-abiding person. Officer, you got to understand, he was charging me. They're going to believe what they saw. And if that guy on the ground sits there and starts lying, he says he was attacking me, and he comes up with a plausible enough story, I mean, you're in for a hell of a time in the court system.
And depending on what part of the country, and the cop might beat you too.
Man, I mean, bro, God forbid, man, if you got a Lego set on you here in Utah, you got to be careful. You got to step easy.
Man, I'm like, but seriously though, I mean, like, if like, for example, if the person you got into an altercation is like friends in like a small town or something like that with the police and the mayor and everything like that, I mean, that's not too far-fetched. I mean, sometimes the police department in these small towns is like friends with like certain people, and if you happen to get in a fight with the people that they're friends with, it might not go your way.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to have involved in that. Also, it's really important, folks. Honestly, like, truth be told, it's actually pretty important to try and make sure that there's witnesses to anything. Like, if it looks like someone's about to start trying to get in a fight with you, it's good to like call over some attention, be like, hey, like, just start yelling around, hey, this guy's about to attack me or some shit. So that way, if there's any witness statements, everybody's gonna be like, yeah, I remember that guy who was like standing over the guy that he beat to a pulp, yelling beforehand, "Hey, this dude's like about to attack me," on the other side of the street. And then I looked over there and I saw that other guy swing the first punch. And then you got witnesses that were actually watching and aware to make witness statements that are in your favor. You gotta remember all this kind of stuff, folks, because like expecting the law to be fair when you have a police officer that's just working their job, showing up to a scene, they have no clue who you are, they might not have a clue who the other guy is, or they might know him. They're going to take the assumptions they want to take, like, or seem reasonable at that point, because they have no clue what was going on. And as far as they know, they don't know you from Adam and the other guy from Adam, so they're just going to look at it for what it is and try
Oh
and figure
yeah.
out the best they can.
Man, honestly, also, by the way, I'm not mentioning any like specific like police department. By the way, I see people saying, "Are you talking about them cops out there in Utah?" Now, I personally haven't had any experiences with the cops out here in Utah. I did see some experiences with the cops in Alabama, though. I
Mm.
remember in one small town there was an incident where an individual that I knew got into a road rage incident with somebody in a small town going through a like some boondocks town in the backwoods of nowhere in Alabama, and all of a sudden the road rage incident stopped, and the other guy that was at fault sped away. And then all of a sudden, a cop appeared out of nowhere and pulled over the person that got victimized, and then gave him a hard time and tried to give him a ticket and all this other stuff because they were friends with the buddy that they were road raging with. Like, it's that type of corruption, that kind of stuff right there. Like, it happens in places where everybody knows everybody, like small town type environments.
Yeah, that's true. And also I saw someone say, uh, let's see here. I'm trying to see where the hell was it? I saw it. Someone said cops hate all. No, cops don't hate all people. The cops, like every other group of people, they come in a mixed bag. You got a lot of good eggs. You got bad eggs that give everybody a bad name. You got people in the middle that just kind of go with the crowd. So if they're in a bad crowd, they're going to go with a bad crowd, and if they're with a good crowd, they're going to go with a good crowd. I mean, like in every institution, it's never good to make blanket statements about whole institutions, because institutions are made up of individuals, and individuals can be very different storied people, totally different personalities and ways of doing things. And I've run into cops that were very nice, and I've also run into cops that, in my personal opinion, I didn't really feel like they were cut out for the job. Like, as far as like their demeanor and personality and how they like to handle things. Not that I've had a lot of dealings with the law, but I have had dealings with them from time to time, like having to ask a question like, "Excuse me, officer, do you know where this is?" And I'll be like, that person doesn't really seem like they have the right kind of a personality or right kind of a mindset for the job. Like, it looks like they're trying to find a problem with everything. Or there's people who are super nice. It really is a case by case thing, like everything. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Wubba Actual. And thank you, Wubba, for the $20 support. We do appreciate it very much. And Wubba said, "Rust in pieces, Kurt's Bridge."
Mm-hmm. Amen. And I gotta say, a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running and helping this thing to keep rolling and keep that thing rolling and keep that thing running. And a huge thanks to you. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other. Also, by the way, I see some people. I want to make it clear, by the way, like I'm not one of these people that's like, "Oh, F the police" or something like that. I'm not one of those people, by the way. Like, if you don't like the cops, that's fair enough. A free country, you can think what you want. I mean, most cops are just trying to do their job. Like, there's like normal people with a family trying to, just make a living, put food on their families and stuff like that, as George Bush would say. But there's some bad ones in there that usually stand out that everybody gets to see on like the media and stuff like that did heinous stuff. Unfortunately, though, like I knew a guy I went to high school with that later became a cop, and I'm like, it's scary sometimes when you know like some of these people's backgrounds have become cops. Like the kid I knew, he had a Confederate flag on the wall and stuff like that, and was very aggressive to say the least. I was like, he became a cop. I was like, that's kind of scary. That's a little bit scary, actually, right there.
Yeah,
So sometimes you gotta watch out.
and like one of the more interesting ways to watch police in action, because it's really a lot more of a transparent world these days than it ever was back in the day, is watching police body cams. And you can find a police body cam of every type where you're like, these cops are like angels on earth, like some of the greatest people I ever seen. And then you can find body cams where it's like, those cops are bastards. It's unbelievable they're still cops. Like, you can find a mix of all of them. Because much like the world, I mean, there's never such a thing as like a black and white clear-cut story of like, this group of people are sons of bitches. It's like like when you look at America, it's like, is everyone in America a bastard? It's like there are some people I could tell you quite easily are bastards, straight up. But there's a lot of nice people here in this country as well. You know, it's like it's a mixed bag, and cops are just like that. They're a representation of the citizenry. They're drawn from the citizenry to serve their duties. So you know, you'll find great ones and bad ones. But if you ever want to see the mix of the best cops you've ever seen and the worst cops you've ever seen, you can find all that on body cam footage here on YouTube. There's plenty of it in every way. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to the Vladinator, who puts in a 20 and said, I agree. U.S. needs air superiority over Iran and bomb everything that's a military target until there is a resolution. And that strategy would cripple Iran. And maybe there's some AA capacity that hasn't been openly disclosed.
I would generally say I would doubt that, actually. I think most everything that we knew of in the first phase of the war is all that they have. And there's nothing that they have out there that's really crazy. Because if they did, they'd be shooting down F-15s at like 40,000 feet, moving at Mach 1.3, and they never did. The aircraft that they shot down were flying subsonic at low altitudes, from what we know. And that was the only way that they ended up shooting them down. So I would generally say, I don't think there's any AA abilities that we're concerned. I think the problem is that the civil leadership has no clue what they're doing, sadly. I think that's really where the whole entire fault lies. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Cerberus3 once again, and thank you, Cerberus, as well. They said, fun rabbit hole to give everybody a smile. Savannah cat that originated in the U.S., known for size and dog-like loyalty. Check it out and discuss with and share with the chat, please. And one from the chat in LSA.
Savannah cat. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. 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 Have you seen this thing before, Matthew? Have you seen it?
No, I have not.
Well, you ain't gonna. Like, I'm just kidding, by the way. That's it. That's really cool looking, actually.
That's one of those, like, ancient cats.
It's like one of them ocelots, I believe is what they're called. You know, like those jungle cats in South America? Oh, look at that.
Look at them.
Look at that. It's a...
I just don't like cats. I just don't really like cats. I've never been a cat person, personally.
I don't have nothing against them. I mean, I'm more of a dog person myself, folks, but I think cats are pretty neat. I mean, these look pretty cool. I mean, look at the little fella. I think they're
Man,
really
I remember
neat.
I knew some people that used to take the airsoft gun to these things.
Yeah, actually, we both knew someone like yeah.
I never did that, by the way. I'm not into like animal cruelty and stuff like that. But in the backwoods, anything went, and unfortunately, these cats are on the bad end of some of these folks.
Yeah, you know, oh, yeah, well, well, but I'll tell you something, you know, while I'm not, like, a huge cat person, but I do like them, I think they're cute, it's just that I'm kind of a little allergic to them for some reason, it's something to do with their fur, but, I'm a big fan of them Pembroke Welsh Corgis. Shout out to the greatest living animals alive, the Corgi.
Now, see, this is a pet for a discerning owner.
This is a pet for everyone. The Corgi literally cannot do anything wrong. They're amazing. Great personalities. They're fun. They're enjoyable. They have very emotional faces, like they can show every emotion that a human can. They're very smart. Just the greatest dogs to ever live. Look at that little fella.
Look at that. These things are fantastic. I like these things right here.
Man, look at that one. You can tell that one is just absolutely incredible. Jumping up your leg and everything to say hello to you. Very nice dogs. Wonderful dogs.
He just had to be willing to put up with all the barking, because they're definitely a barker. They're a herder, so barking's in their nature.
Man, they're a barker. Man, they don't bark, they're barking, man, like we used to say.
Man, I like them for barking. Honestly, they're pretty good for barking, but the problem is you can't have them anywhere populated, because otherwise they'll be barking at literally everything.
Man, they just look incredible, though. They just look incredible. I mean, like, looking at it, it's like you can't look at one of these and just go, they're stupid. It's like, oh, then look at them. They're just the sweetest little dog ever. They're the sweetest little dog. You know, there's another sweet little dog, a small one, very manageable one. They're called Cane Corsos, and they're just so easy to handle. Definitely some of the
devil's
sweet
dog.
Oh, yeah, some of the sweetest dogs you ever seen. They just can't be around, like, 4-year-olds, and they can't be around the city or large crowds, and you can't move too quickly around them. Really?
I want one, just so I can name it Cupcake.
Man, I'm gonna name my princess.
I'm gonna put it at the door with a dress on and call it Cupcake. So when anybody comes to the door, I'll be like, "Oh, hey, how are you? Nice to let you in. Come check out my crib. Here's Cupcake." We're all like, oh my God, it ain't Cupcake, baby.
Does he bite? No, he don't bite. You just got to make sure to like move very slowly and don't look him in the eye, like, and then you'll be fine. Like, I promise you. Come on in.
These things are probably the sweetest dogs ever. Probably like if you got to know it, it's probably the sweetest dogs ever. But man, they look vicious. But I like those fluffy dachshunds. Have you seen those fluffy dachshunds?
Yeah, I have. Let me pull those up.
Long-haired dachshund.
Fluffy dachshund. Look at it.
Yeah, I love these right here. These are great. I heard they have back problems though, like kind of like the corgis can have and stuff like that. But yeah, I see that picture, that first one over there on the left.
Oh, look at it.
Yeah, I like these fluffy dachshunds right here. If I could have like one corgi and one fluffy dachshund, like that'd be the perfect combination right there between the two.
You know, I would have to say though, getting back to the Cane Corso, if you raised, I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know about these because I've heard that apparently it's pretty hard to get like insurance for them because they might be extremely aggressive. I mean, like they're like, if I'm not mistaken, these things are bred a lot like the pit bull as dog fighters. So they're bred to have a natural tendency for aggressiveness. And I know that a lot of people
Well,
don't like to say that, but I mean that's kind of like the truth of their role that they were bred for.
I mean, if you own one, you don't want to be weak with it. I mean, certainly not. I mean, this is a pretty large dog here, so you got to be willing to like, obviously you don't want to hit the dog or something like that. It's not right. But at the same time, though, you got to be willing to like, grab it by the collar, be kind of aggressive with it to let it know you're in charge. Because if you with a dog like this, you don't want to let it feel like it's running the house, or otherwise it can become dangerous.
This thing would be talking about when you come home. Give me my food. Man, it's like, oh, like, man, like, yes, sir. Like, I'll get you that food right away. But I would have to say, it's these things, these like pit bulls and cane corsos, like also I saw someone say false. Well, I mean, like from what I heard on insurance, it's either very high premiums for these, or sometimes you can't get them insured. I think some insurance companies don't even insure cane corsos because statistically they are known to be prone for violence. And I know some people say, no, they're taught that, but like a lot of dogs have instinctual things bred into them. Like I can tell you that our corgis were never around a herding world, yet they have an instinctual herding characteristic in their personality that if there are any people around, they have to be in groups. And if they're not in groups, they're going to try and get you back into a group. Like they have
Yeah.
a mindset for that. So if a corgi has a mindset to do that because it's a herding dog, this dog was bred, I believe, as a dog fighter a lot like the pit bull, and so I would generally believe they have an instinctual tendency for aggressiveness, which is a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, the most aggressive dog. There was a dog that was in our neighborhood when we lived in Alabama when I was in grade school. It was like the police dog German Shepherd, like the male German Shepherd, and it was just a neighborhood dog, and it would hang out at our place all the time. So I was naturally outside, all the time, like doing stuff outside, running around and stuff like that. So the dog, I befriended the dog. I was good friends with the dog. It would just literally live at the house basically, and it was somebody else's dog, but it would occasionally go back home just out of the blue, and it would come back. But that dog protected the hell out of me. Like whenever there was anything, like that dog was willing to kill. Like and I was like, I think I was like 14, 15 or something like that. That dog was like a legit guard dog, and like it was very protective. Also kind of aggressive too. Like it wasn't my dog, so I wasn't responsible for it. But a bit like a couple people
Man,
down the way
almost bit the
chased
ass
after
off
some
that
stuff.
plumber that came to the house. Remember that?
Yeah, it was biting people. I'm like, luckily this isn't my dog because obviously I'd have to get control of it if it was mine. But it's just a loose neighborhood dog that just happens to want to protect me. I guess it liked me as a person. But yeah, like those like bigger dogs, you really gotta have a handle on them. Like you can't be weak with a bigger dog, especially like a aggressive male dog. You can't be, otherwise it might decide it's gonna bite you.
Man, that was our boy Dominic right there that you're talking about. He was a great dog. He was a very fun dog. He was a male German Shepherd, one of the traditionally colored ones. So you had what was it? It was like black, tan, and brown fur. I believe it was like the
It was the
tricolored.
police dog. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
was
was.
the police dog, like German Shepherd.
Yeah, it was the traditional German Shepherd. Like when you think of one, you would think of Dominic. And Dominic was great. Like he was from another house way down the way, and he wandered down because his owners were really shit, honestly. So, he would wander down and we'd feed him and we'd take care of him, we'd pet him and everything, and we play with him too, because it was always fun to play with him. Dominic was very protective though. I mean, like he knew us quite well, and he would treat us with just greatness. I mean, he was never aggressive to us ever, I don't believe. Well, maybe once or twice, and I mean, like, I remember that, he would kinda get aggressive if you didn't put that plate down quick enough, but beyond that, though, he was
You just gotta
very
put him
aggressive.
back in his place. Like he not like some people think that hitting dogs is like the way to put them in their place. It's just like in the dog world, like simply like holding the collar and just like being firm, like and saying no. Like that's enough to get most dogs under control if you're just willing to have like a firm hand with a dog. Like and then they'll respect the hell out of you after that. Like they'll be good, they'll be protective. They won't try to like turn on you and try to do something back to you. It's just about being firm.
But man, he would go to town on people who were coming around that were like strangers. Like one time we had to have a plumber come over. I remember Dominic actually bit the guy's ass. Like this guy was wearing jeans, and you saw, man, I remember seeing him, man. He jumped up a little bit, like lightly, like he was play jumping a little bit, and then he just lunged forward right at the ass of this guy and just clamped down on him. And the guy went, "Oh!" Like, and he like flung his ass around. We were like, "Dominic, Dominic." I don't think you were there for that one, man, but I remember that so well because we were like, "Oh damn, this guy almost got mauled by Dominic."
We had two German shepherds of our own that weren't aggressive like that. As we raised them up like very like calmly and like not with any type of aggression toward them or anything like that. Didn't really care for Dominic too much. I remember one day they got loose out of the electric fence that they were in, and they got out of it somehow. I don't know how they did. I guess they dug under it or something like that. And they chased Dominic literally 2 miles back down to his house, and he didn't come back for a week.
Man, I remember that, man. Man, Happy Girl got on his ass. She jumped right through the electric fence and got on. I was like, damn. Also, I see some people, you guys are stupid. Attitude about pit bulls is idiots. Hey, man, I'll be careful talking like that. That'll get you a ban. That's ban worthy right there, honestly. But I saw someone else say that. So let me ask y'all. I mean, I don't mean to be Louis through here, but what does the name pit bull mean? Y'all know that? I know it. The name pit bull is pit bull, meaning that it's a bull in the pit, the dog fighting pit. The pit bull was literally bred for dog fighting. If I let me pull it up right now. You know what? I'm not even gonna make you believe my word on that. I'll pull it up here. The American pit bull. Let's see. Descended originally considered to include, along with the crossbreed, most pit bull type dogs, British bull terrier. Let's see history. Term has been used. It's believed the dogs are now classified. It was created. It was created by crossing the ferocious, thickly muscled Old English Bulldog with the agile Black and Tan Terrier. The aggressive Old English Bulldog, which was bred for bear and bull baiting, was also pitted against its own kind in organized dog fights. So the pit bull is called the pit bull because it's made to be a pit bull in the dog fighting pit. So saying that it was not bred for dog fighting, stupid, because it's literally the name pit bull. But anyways,
Yeah, I mean, just because they're bred for that doesn't mean they're always like that. I mean, like technically, like for example, a corgi is built for herding, but they never really herd anything in the modern day. They have some traits that show up from time to time that indicate they could have been herder dogs at one point, but they're not like actively like herding like groups of cows around or something like that. It really just depends on how you train the dog. Like the owner, in my opinion, the owner dictates how the dog acts. If the dog acts like a lunatic, the owner's probably a lunatic for the most part. I mean, these dogs don't suddenly become aggressive unless you treat them that way.
well, no, what I'm saying, what I'm saying though, and we said this just a minute ago, so I think it's kind of going against what we already laid out. While you're trying to probably get to the next year, like we were just saying a second ago, like corgis have like a breeding instinct. Well, not a breeding, but a herding instinct. And the wrong word, a Freudian slip. But like, let me be honest, they have a. I'm getting my words mixed up here, but they have a herding instinct in them, and both you and me have talked about that just a second ago. Like they have a light instinct in them by their disposition. So if you breed a dog, and that's where the word friendly comes in, because I was thinking about that in advance. If you breed a dog to be a dog fighter, then clearly it's going to have some sort of instinctual tendency towards aggression because it's bred for that. Like corgis are bred for herding.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
That's
corgis do
true.
quite well at breeding too. I mean, like we got to be honest, man. Those things go to town. I mean, like,
Those corgis have a breeding instinct. They have a breeding instinct. Hey, oh, wait a minute.
man, Mr. Corgi did. Man, bro, Mr. Corgi was a player. He wasn't backing all. I tell you, he would go to town on them dogs. But beyond that though, like getting back to it, like if a corgi has that light instinctual tendency to it, why in the world would a pit bull not have that towards aggression, considering it was bred to be a beast in a dog fighting pit?
Yeah, maybe so. Possibly so.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the thing's going to be, like it's born and it starts mauling people to death. I'm just saying it, has a tendency towards aggression because it was bred for that. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here, somebody's neck looks like genitals. Thank you very much for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that. The usernames are getting unhinged by the day. But they did not leave a comment, though. But we do appreciate support very, very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so, a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Cerberus3 once again, and thank you very much, Cerberus, for, I believe, the third support of the night. They said on dogs, there's instincts in certain breeds, but majority is training. When I was installing cable person sicked their bull on me during a disconnect. Beside that, only time got bit was small ankle biters, and big dogs tell you.
Yeah, big dogs actually do tell you. Like, the little ones are, like, overly aggressive. I don't know why. Corgis are not like that, though. But the big ones are overly aggressive. Well, actually, the small ones are overly aggressive. So I'm getting all my words mixed up here at the end. But I do thank you greatly for support. And I would say that it's mostly in training, but the point I'm making, which I think some people were missing in the nuance. I'm not saying that like a pit bull is going to shred people, like it's literally going to do nothing but that. I'm saying that instinctually it's going to have like a small trend to doing that. Like a corgi leans towards herding a little bit, even if it's never been around a herding environment. A pit bull was bred for aggressiveness, so it is going to generally have some small tendencies of aggressiveness in its personality because that's what its breed's disposition is. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least how I look at it. But some people, of course, take that with great offense somehow as well. But I thank you for clarifying your position, Sir Bros, and a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $14 support from Joe Hobo. He said, allegedly, Mustafa's hiding in London, allegedly with Solio's son, allegedly, according to my tinfoil hat.
Allegedly. Allegedly, you're wearing a tinfoil hat. You missed it. Big thanks to your support. And allegedly, that might be the case. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Maxwell Conan. He said, politics, religion, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare is not on the agenda. Please inform the bots that they are losers and that the Americans, or that the forces are great Americans.
And a big thanks to you for supporting up this channel to keep running. And that's right, those are not on the discussion table, but of course we do talk about everything else, and we're always happy to. And a big thanks to you for the kind words and the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from God is with me, and thank you for that support. They said, here's some coffee money.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for the coffee money fund. I greatly appreciate that. We're always thankful for the coffee money. It helps us to keep up and keep running the show late into the night. And so huge thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joppy, who said, since you don't click links in emails, it's good that you don't. Just keep in mind that you can always type in links manually, and you can check if it's safe on third-party tools first if you're unsure. And that is true, but you have to be very careful because, like, hackers these days have gotten very sophisticated. Like, for example, there was a hack or like a phishing link that was going around a short while ago. It looked like it said the name of a big tech company, but actually there was actually a / in it, and it looked like it was like some sort of like the letter I or something like that. It was a very sneaky little trick they were using, and if you clicked it, you ended up getting a phishing situation on your computer, and you're in some hot water at that point and paying a ransom to these hackers. So I just generally don't click the links these days because, you know, like social engineering is a thing. Like people can like pose as like longtime channel viewers to try to get you to click links. There's all kinds of ways to try to like swindle somebody into doing that. So out of like safety, I just don't. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say, generally, I would have to agree with Matthew on that. He's more of my cybersecurity person when it comes to this sort of thing. I don't really know a great deal about it, so I usually defer to him on the cybersecurity side. So big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a 10 from Treetop, who said, a pair of domesticated pit mauled by a friend's sister, goodness, when she was only 6 years
Damn.
old, and she almost died, and she is permanently disfigured. And thank you so much for telling the truth. Pit bulls are terrible dogs. I mean, it could have been that. It could have been maybe there's like two bad dogs possibly. It could have been like no training or something, or it could have like some people treat them bad, like on purpose because they're like dog fighting and stuff like that, which are really sickos.
I don't personally say that pit bulls are terrible dogs, but I will say though that I know that they are geared towards aggressiveness. Like that's just what they're bred to do. Like a corgi was bred for herding, and it still had that instinct in it, although it's multiple generations removed from even being near cattle on a field. A pit bull will have some aggressive tendencies in it. You know, and of course, good training and proper proper rearing, I guess is the best way to put it, of raising them will of course make them to where they don't really have that. Because, generally, the kind of raising that a dog gets has a lot to do with it, but it still is going to have a slight instinctual lean towards aggressiveness. So, that would generally be my 2 cents, but that's a terrible story. I hate to hear that. And I have to say, generally, whenever I hear stories of dogs doing anything extremely aggressive, like, and this is one thing that kind of like educates my standpoint on this. Most of the time, I hear the story and it's usually a pit bull, and so it's like, well, it's like there has to be something there where either people are leaning on them for their aggressiveness or they're just aggressive, and that's why they're selected for that. And I know some other people are like, but they're nanny dogs and whatnot. Yeah, in some cases they are. I mean, sometimes in some ways they're raised well, but much like a corgi is a herding dog and it has that small instinct in it, a pit bull was made for fighting in the pit, and so they are going to be generally more aggressive. So a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. And apparently we have a sea baby in Greece. What do we got on that?
It looks like a sea baby has been found by some fishermen, at least according to the post here. They're saying Greece is where they found it, apparently. It looks like a full-on sea baby.
Damn, that's that is a sea baby.
Oh my god, oh.
Oh, it's on.
Why is it tied up at the dock? Like, this thing's like here. Like, it's like they're
I
riding.
think they took it in.
Man. Huh.
What's this dude doing? Is this dude really opening up the innards?
I think he is, yeah.
That's kind of
wild.
weird.
Oh, well. We'll just leave that clip for what it is. Maybe we'll get more developments and leads on that one at some point, but that's wild. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Punisher of the North, who said, "Thank you for your excellent work you guys do." And Enforcer Daniel says, "Hi, Enforcers."
And a big thanks to you for support, Punisher of the North. And a big hello to Enforcer Daniel. I hope Enforcer Daniel is doing quite well. And a big thanks to you so much for the kind words, Punisher of the North, and helping this channel to keep running, because it is folks like you and Enforcer Daniel who help this channel to keep on running, to help us to keep this news running each and every day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a $5 support from the Chesnit. It was if you guys had a business email, at least you could receive files, PDFs, and videos, and ignore links. I don't think X allows those in any idea in LSA. And also, I don't generally open up attachments either in emails. I really don't do that either, because you can inject scripts in like PDFs and stuff like that, and you can also put hidden like pieces of code in those. There's all kinds of sophisticated ways if you really know what you're doing to like jack somebody's computer up with that. So I generally don't do that. Like unless it's like plain text, I generally don't interact with it in an email. The only thing I view is like the plain text, and then beyond that, I just archive the email. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I generally don't click on any links at all. Like, we don't click on external links, but we don't click on PDFs and stuff as well, because there's a significant security risk in any of them, like Matthew's saying. So big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from the Minaj, who said, hello, Enforcers. Hope it's all going well. And in a hypothetical scenario, if Poland keeps getting attacked and then they try to annex Kaliningrad in response, how do you think that would turn out? And take one from the chat.
That'd probably be greatly looked down upon, because there's really no justification under the UN Charter for Poland to annex that territory. It's technically Russia's, as we understand it in the modern day. So that probably wouldn't be looked at too well by most European countries, because at that point, Poland's just doing what the Russians are doing. And we're saying, we have a problem with Russia trying to annex and take over lands that aren't there. So in response, Poland's going to annex and take over Kaliningrad, which in really no historical circle ever was theirs. If anything, it's Germany's. And even still, that wouldn't be recognized in the modern day. So I would say they could do it. I mean, they could easily do it. I mean, NATO could sweep Kaliningrad quite quickly, but no one would really want to annex it. I don't think Poland would want to either, and they'd probably be looked down upon if they even tried to attempt to claim. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, just a question, I'll see what y'all see if you know about this or not. If you happen to open up a PDF in an email and it's only like 10 pages long, but the file's a gigabyte large in size, like what's going to happen?
It's a bomb. Like, it's going to overload your computer. Isn't that right?
Something's just got on your computer. Like, very, very likely, something is just running in the background. A script is running in your computer, most likely, and some malware probably just jumped on your system. Because if that's a huge like indicator that something's amiss. Most like sophisticated hackers will know like not to make it look like that. They'll put very like they won't make their files like a gigabyte large and have them only like 5 pages or something like that. Like, it's obviously like something's in there that's not just the PDF. But for example, like you can have like images that you turn the opacity down to 0 in like PDFs, and you can have like a whole bunch of those in there. They're not visible to the naked eye if you look at the PDF, but if you go and start, like opening up in a PDF editing software, you'll see there's a whole bunch of images in that that PDF that you don't see until you like open it up and interact with it, and then you'll see, oh, look, there's like a whole bunch of hidden images in this PDF. It's scary. Like if you really know about all the different ways that your system can get compromised, it's numerous, and that's just one way. There's like 1,000 different ways to do it.
That's why it's best to try and keep the system as internalized as possible. So as little links as necessary, and that's what we generally work on. So a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Jay March, who said, have you guys ever thought about taking a trip to Mackinac Island here in Michigan and LLT-LSA?
Isn't that those peaches that Kramer was talking about? Those Mackinac peaches, Jerry, that Mackinac peach. Like, yeah, bro, like where is the Mackinac Island? I think I've heard of this. I think it's the one place in America that doesn't have a car. Let me Mackinac Island. Mackinac Island. I went right over it. Mackinac Island? Is that what we're supposed to be looking for here? Mackinac.
Yeah, the Mackinac.
This is Mackinac. We're looking for Mackinac Island. There is no Mackinac Island. It's Mackinac Island. So I'm guessing this is the one. And I think this is the one that doesn't allow cars, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yes, this is the one that doesn't allow cars. I think they allow like ambulances and stuff like that, but cars are actually verboten here on this island. So it's like the last place in America that you can go where everything is like horse oriented or like bicycle oriented and whatnot, or walking, which is really cool. Honestly, it's really neat. And here's some pictures of the Mackinac Island, which is really a cool place. I would like to go there one day myself. It looks really neat, and it kind of calls back to a time in America that's long since passed, like last century, like the 1920s or the 1910s. I think it's a really cool place. I've heard about it a few times, and I've actually seen a documentary on it before, and I was like, wow. I was like, that is actually really cool. Wouldn't you want to go there?
Yeah, I'd be interested in checking it out. It just seems like it's a long way to go, and we have little time to get there.
Oh, Matthew, come on now. And look at the water. I mean, that's like bathtub water right there, like the beaches of
Oh,
Florida.
there's definitely great whites off of that.
Man, this is the Great Lakes, boy. Like, bro, there ain't no sharks
I've
in
heard
the
there's
Great
sharks. I heard the sharks had gotten in it.
Really?
That's what I had heard. I don't know if it was bogus or not, but I heard there'd been some shark sightings or something around there.
Are there sharks in
And not great whites, but like sharks.
the Great Lakes? Bro, one of the questions is, are there sharks in the Great Salt Lake? It's like, no. It's like, no.
There's not enough water in it for them to live.
So the Great Lakes are freshwater lakes, and so there is no way a shark can survive in the Great Lakes. So there's
But
no
what's a
sharks
fresh
at
shark?
all. That thing comes around, man, with the grill. Yo, I'm fresh as shit. Bro, it's like, oh, it's that fresh shark. Oh,
No, there's a freshwater shark like that. There's like legit freshwater sharks though.
Well, I mean, the answer was that there were no sharks at all in the Great Lakes. But let's see what these. So the bull shark, yeah. But there's no bull sharks according to the search I found online in the Great Lakes. There's nothing in there as far as sharks.
Somebody said I'm local. It's bogus.
Are
I
there
would
any?
assume that they heard about it. Where was that great white that Jaws? Where was that? New Jersey?
I think that was Massachusetts or something, or New Jersey, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you never know if they could have jumped the pond or something like that, and you got in there.
Oh, actually, there are some dangerous things in the Great Lakes. It's just that they're not sharks, though. Apparently, let's see here. Oh man, these things look. There's a pacu, and a snakehead, which is kind of like a
What the hell's
snakefish.
that?
Um, well, I'm on a website with like a million ads right now, literally filling the
Oh,
screen. Let me see if I can get you some pictures here. So here's the sea lamprey, which looks horrendous. And then here's the pacu thing, which is
hmm.
apparently dangerous. I guess it's like a little piranha or something like that. And then there is the little snake deal.
Dear God,
Snakehead.
what is that? No, what is that thing? That abomination in the middle?
This,
Not that, man. That you don't see that abomination monster over there, like right in the middle? What
this,
the hell is
that's
that?
a dead fish.
Damn, like that looks like a monster. Go back up to the top real quick. I saw something crazy up there. What's that thing up there on the top left?
I think that's that pacu thing. It's like a piranha.
Dang, this oh, jeez, man, I don't like the looks of that.
Man, honestly, man, that thing's kind of wild. It's like, how many of these are out there in that lake, man? It's like they didn't give me a number. But apparently that's what it looks like when it doesn't have its teeth out. So it kind of just looks like a little, kind of like demented fish. But this thing looks like it's from the pits of hell, really.
Yeah, he's a cool guy until you get to know him.
Man, hey, it's over here. I do math homework, and then it goes. That's like, oh man, it's like, get the hell away from me, man. But this lamprey thing looks scary as hell as well.
Yeah, that's I don't like the look of that.
Yeah, and then that's that snakefish.
Isn't that a gar?
No, the gar is a totally different thing. Like the gar fish. Let me pull that up. This is the gar, totally different.
Oh, yeah. I remember those barracudas. Those were something else, like, those barracudas, I remember seeing those. Those are rough. Can those actually hurt people, or is it not?
Man, barracudas can maul people, man. Like barracudas
Oh,
are
real?
dangerous to every. Yeah, man. I mean, they're like dangerous.
Yeah, this fish right here, I'm not playing with this thing.
Man, trying to think of another dangerous fish that we kind of ran into. That's not a shark. I'm trying to think of another one that we ran into down near the
Man, I
beach.
swam with the sharks.
Man, I think we both did. And we didn't even know it. Like there was just kind of
I
like
knew they were there. I saw them too. I just couldn't get out of the water fast enough.
Right, he was trying to get out. Let's see. And someone said half gator, half fish. Yeah, the gar are pretty cool. I think they're really neat looking. And I'm trying to see if anyone's bringing up the name. I'm trying to think of the name of this thing. Someone said spearfish. Actually, yeah, the spearfish. Let's see. It's a very dangerous fish, or the swordfish, as some people would call it. Very dangerous actually. Like these things can impale
Oh,
people and
yeah.
kill them.
I knew about these right here. You know, the crazy part is I knew a barracuda. She was real mean.
Oh, man. Man, he whipped out that oldest joketh in the booketh. Right? Like,
That's some grandpa joke or something like that, like a old school joke. Like, man, why is it so hot out here? It's like an oven or something. Like that. It's like hot outside.
damn. And someone just said alligator gar are scary. Damn straight they are. Look at that thing.
Jeez, I hate these stupid fish. I don't like these fish. I don't like the stuff out of the water. Like I really don't, unless it's on a plate.
Oh, that damn gar. Man, but man, and then we gotta bring up that mention the Asian carp. These bastards right here.
Yeah, these things will hit you in the head and knock you clean out.
We're all shooting for you, buddy. It's like these things are great, absolutely stupid, pointless fish that are infesting America's waters. I wish there was a way that we could find, like maybe even a biological warfare type of thing, like against the fish, to wipe out the Asian carp here in this country because they're destroying the fisheries in these rivers. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But what do we got?
And our next one goes to Bendabord, who said, "Did China ever explain why they ceased oil exports, thereby slowing the effects of global oil crisis? And if China holds a substantial amount of oil reserves, what does that mean for the Malacca dilemma?"
Generally, it means that China will be able to fare it somewhat well. And the general reason why they're ceasing oil exports is because they're trying to conserve their internal supply so that they also don't run into shortages. And as far as they are concerned internally, they have enough oil to keep refining it because it's already been purchased and it's just sitting in storage. And then they can refine it into fuel and sell it at a set rate nationally across the state, which would be beneficial for them economically in the long run, especially in the current instability. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Lord Zor, who put in that 10, of course, and said, 3-day special delivery operation, LSA.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And LSA, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Paradise Noir, who said, merch ideas, LSA challenge coin with least springs and honey badger, or enforcer a bingo card, and take a question from the chat.
Hey, that'd be pretty cool. We've heard about that LSA challenge coin before. A lot of people want that. We're hopefully going to get to work on the merch store soon and get it ready for LSA week next year because it's the 5th anniversary of the LSA, and I hope that we can have merch running on the 5th anniversary. That would be great. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support and help this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And the question from the chat in honor of the super chat goes to Blue Voyager, who said, did you hear about the Iranian cyber attack on the Minnesota facilities?
I did not, actually. So unfortunately, I have to declare ignorance on that myself. But a big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, I did hear about the cyber attack, but I'm not sure if they ever like concretely linked it back to Iranian cyber teams. I'm not sure if they actually linked it back or not, but I heard about the attack. Which, by the way, I mean that's not really unexpected. I mean these foreign countries are all up in our systems across pretty much every state in the country, and they just have malware laying dormant in a lot of these systems, just waiting to activate it. Especially China, that's the biggest one that does that, but Iran does too, unfortunately. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to the Vladinator, who puts in a 10. It said the U.S. should withdraw military funding from Israel. In his words, that'll fix it. He said, use it for Americans and the USA. And why would Israel make agreements when they have an unlimited funding stream to take what they want?
And thank you for the support. And generally, I would say, that one's a pretty complex one to speak on. So I don't even think I could do that justice here. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running and making this thing possible. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from Cerberus3 who said, I called this before in chat, but when people said China invading Taiwan, they don't need to and will keep their hands clean and continue the economic long game, watching the current administration burn foreign policy.
I have a feeling that eventually they're going to try and invade because Xi Jinping wants to bring about this concept of national rejuvenation before the year of 2050. Actually, I believe it's 2049 because that would be the 100th anniversary of the founding of the PRC. So I think they're going to do that before then because they have a bit of an artificial timeline that they've given themselves. But at the same time, China is not foreign to the long game. They will play the long game if it ends up benefiting them better. And I would definitely agree with that. China is really not in an extreme rush to invade or take Taiwan in some way, but they will eventually do it, though. I'll also say that. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from the Shaznet once again. He said, the U.S. bombed the Highway of Death, but Call of Duty said it was the Russians. Now when you Google it, you get two answers. And what do you think about the people changing history in media? Not everybody checks. LSA.
I would say if anyone's counting on Call of Duty for historical accuracy, they are in the wrong place. Like any video game is hardly ever going to get historical details correct because they're more so about telling a story than they are trying to actually account for history correctly. And that's the way movies have been forever. I mean, there is no such thing. If you talk to any historian, there's no such thing as a historically accurate piece of media. I haven't seen one. I haven't seen one even from the 1940s up till now. There just isn't a single one. History is just kind of used in a lot of cases in media throughout the whole of modern history as kind of a backdrop to tell a really cool story. And the people who are writing those stories will literally write them and tell them however they want, regardless of what the actual history is. And that's why me personally, when I watch movies, I don't watch historical movies. They make me irate because of how inaccurate they usually are. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from the Shaznet once again, who said that was the issue with what I sent you. There's a lot of graphs, and in my paper on the oil supply numbers affected by the war, and I don't know how to make graphs in plain text. I'm not very tech savvy in LSA. Honestly, the easiest way for me to look at it, like I can see the images in the XDM, by the way, so I can actually just look at those in the DM. So I can actually just look at it from there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say probably one of the best ways to do it, if and also this will make it accessible for a lot of people, is just make like a Twitter post thread, and then just add us, or reply to us somewhere on Twitter, and then we could look at it that way. We could do it in that form. That would probably be the best and easiest way to do it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I'm not really tech savvy either, either entirely honest with you, so that'd be my workaround.
Oh, I know.
Oh, you know?
Yeah, I'm joking. I just said it for the comedic effect of it.
Man, you completely threw me off. I was like, I don't know what you mean. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And someone said, I got to get mentioned. Someone said Master and Commander is considered pretty accurate. It's considered very accurate. There are a couple of things that they got wrong, like minor details, but on the overarching deal, that's actually one of the more historically accurate movies that was made. But that was with painstaking detail, and hardly very little movies, like 1% of the movies give that kind of detail to a historical story. But a big thanks to you for mentioning that. Very good note right there. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, I like to say when somebody's saying something self-depreciating, like, I always like to say, "Yeah, I know." Also, that way it throws them off guard. Like, I do that. I've done that to a lot of people over the years. When someone's like, "Yeah, I'm just not a really good public speaker, I'm just always had a problem with it." I'll be like, "Yeah, I know." And I'll be like, "Huh?" I'm like, "No, no, I'm just joking. I'm just joking." Like, it always like consistently throws people for a loop. Like, they'll self-depreciate, but if someone confirms it, it's all of a sudden offensive at that point. But I know why though, because obviously that's not a nice thing to do. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Cerberus3, who puts in a 10 once again and said, unacceptable. Andrew did not have train news or get to talk about them. Suffer, Matt. Oh, now Cerberus, I thought you were a nice guy, but really, you're just a nice guy. But he said, one from the chat, please.
And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Cerberus. And honestly, we just didn't really have a good train rabbit hole to do tonight. And I want to save folks from it for a little bit, so that way they're rare, well, not rare, but they're uncommon treats when we get to them. Or if people really want to hear about them, we maybe someone can super chat. Not saying anyone has to, but someone can always super chat and bring up a train thing, and then it gives me the open door I need to start talking about it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And also, someone said, "What about Midway?" Don't even get me started on Midway. Midway sucked. Like, Midway was terrible. Like outside of the fact that it was around Midway, everything else about the movie was like wrong. Like, and also the CGI was pretty bad. So I would like, if you're ever asking me, folks, for a historical, like, an opinion on a movie based on a historical basis, most of them I'm going to tell you they're garbage. I actually like the movies that are not based on anything historical, like The Backrooms and that Obsessed movie, Obsession. Like, those were great. Like, they weren't anything historical, they were just good stories. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Joe Hobo, who put in a 7. And also, by the way, Cerberus, I knew you were joking. By the way, I was joking around myself. I'm being a bastard tonight when it comes to the sarcasm. But Joe Hobo said, "I've made a dream catcher out of tinfoil, and it pulls conspiracies out of thin air while I sleep. Thinking I'll make more on to sell on Etsy soon."
Oh. Yeah,
You could be a good podcaster.
Oh man, you got to have a healthy dose of conspiracies, like, and it can't be ones that are reasonable. Like, I think that so and so is doing this for this reason, which would sound like sensible. It's got to be like, I think the aliens are running the U.S. government as lizard people, and they hold all the power, and they can wipe us all out in the blink of the eye. But for some reason, they're scared for us to find out, and they disguise themselves as people. It's like, well, if they had all the power to wipe us out, why in the hell would they be scared about us finding out about them? One day they just be like, yeah, we're lizard people, get with it, or we're wiping y'all out. It's like, they could just do that. It's like, why wouldn't they if they had that ability? But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Tasoka, who said, "The USA is by far the best country in the world, and it's not even close."
Part of me wants to say we have many great allies. They have wonderful countries themselves, and we love our allies dearly. They're great too. But I got to say, the very patriotic side of me, yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that. But I also want to say though that our allies are great. Like, if you ever travel around to our allied nations, they are very well off as well. Very happy for them. It's great to know that we're not the only ones in the world. And so, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Joppy once again, who said, "Any updates about the repeaters being used by Belarus near the Ukrainian border, or has it been swept under the rug?"
It's kind of been swept under the rug. The Ukrainians apparently have gamed out that they really didn't want to follow through on that ultimatum, so they've kind of just went silent on that and not brought it up again. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ian Mitson, and thank you, Ian, for the support. He said, "How often have you acquired info yourself and directly from the source? That's so cool."
Directly from the source, not often actually. I don't. Very rare. Usually we're working off of like official statements that are posted on Twitter or something like that. But we always try and gather information directly from the source, so like a government statement or video or picture evidence. But directly talking to the sources, that's usually exceptionally rare. I think that's probably like 1% of the time or less around here. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to Father of Chaos, who put in a 5 and said, "Did I hear you right? A war crime to have rockets in a container?"
A shipping container, yeah. I mean, you can't disguise weapons as civilian goods. And you also can't disguise yourself as an enemy force by wearing their uniforms and using their weapons. Those are war crimes. Yes, that is a war crime to put missiles inside of a shipping container where that is their launching platform. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have 5 from Flamingo, who said, "Hi, Illuminators. Dumb expending bullets are against the Hague Convention, but allowed for civilian self-defense and used by the police." Are you
That's
referring
true.
to hollow points?
Yeah,
Yeah,
hollow
the
points are
hollow
banned.
points. Yeah, hollow points are banned, like internationally by the conventions. But yeah, for civilians, at least to my understanding, they're legal.
The reasoning why they're banned in the Geneva Convention is that they cause grievous wounds. And they are survivable, but they're extremely painful to try and recover from, and they're very expensive and difficult to try and heal. So the idea is that if you hit someone and it was a killing shot, whether it be with a hollow point or a solid round, that's what it is. But if you hit someone with a hollow point or a solid round and somehow they survive, the wounds from the hollow point are unnecessary and egregious, and it's just attempting to cause suffering. But the cops in America and the civilians can carry it around because we are not armed forces and the police aren't either, so we're not bound to the Geneva Convention. So with that,
Same for CS tear gas too.
yeah, actually they can, yeah. Like that's kind of wild when you think about it. Like chlorpicrin, like it's banned in war, but you can use it for riot control. It's like that's wild, really.
Yeah, it is. It is really absurd. Really, it's honestly it's kind of goofy. It's like if a civilian can use it, then why is it a war crime? I mean, some things go overboard, in my personal opinion. I mean, it's like what you're telling me a hollow point is more dangerous than a bomb dropping on a war zone. It's like, come on, it's like you got shrapnel flying through the air and stuff. It's like that's a little bit silly.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the same thing with exploding bullets. Like exploding bullets are banned. Of like you could fire high explosive grenades like over a certain millimeter, but if you try and fire like say like a 7.62 exploding bullet, that's a war crime.
Yeah, on some aspects I get it. On some I just don't understand it. Like if a civilian's allowed to use it, then it shouldn't be banned in the military.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, it's like why in the world are the cops using hollow points anyways? It's like when you think about it, it's like why in the world are they using
That's
solid.
department by that's department by department. Like, it depends. Like, I don't think they all use them.
Well, yeah, but what the part?
Hollow
Why?
points are generally cheaper. Hollow points are generally cheaper than, like, full, like, normal bullets. Like, I don't know what do they call, like, the normal round tip bullet? What do they call that?
Let's see here. I think they call that like ball or a ball shot or
Yeah, they
something like
ball,
that.
that's it. Yeah, ball ammo. I think that's what they call it, yeah.
Or a full metal jacket. I think that's another one for it. But beyond that though, I saw I saw Beef say maybe it's to reduce unnecessary harm. That's the reason why it's banned in the Geneva Convention is that if you survive from a round, yeah, I think you have the same. I think like the statistical chance of surviving from a hollow point or solid ball is about the same statistically if it's a non-fatal wound. And so the idea is that if you somehow survive, they don't want you to have unnecessary harm caused by getting hit with a hollow point. And that's the reason why it's banned, if I remember the justification correctly. But I mean, if that's the justification, I think that's reasonable. I don't think that's really like out there or wild, because they're trying to make sure that military's medical resources aren't getting overloaded and people who have been wounded are just suffering in agonizing pain until they slowly die behind the lines of the field hospital. And that makes sense, like on the humanity side of things. But beyond that, though, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Plazoth, who put in a $2 support, along with Gutter Halo, as well as a Red Brick Wall. And we appreciate all three of y'all very much for that support, and also helping to keep the channel running once again. And we also have a 10 from Cerberus3, who said, last one to keep it fair. Matt, what do you think is a good starter car for teenagers and young adults getting started today for a decent price?
Whew.
Now, that's a tough one, Sarah Bros, because honestly, there are no cars out there for a decent price, so especially not new ones. If you want to have any good chance of getting like I would assume you were talking about like a starter car, like for like a normal like economy car, I would just say like a Toyota Camry or a Corolla. Like that's like a decent starting point for the most part, or maybe like a RAV4. Like a Toyota, you can't go wrong with because their maintenance is generally pretty cheap and they get good warranties and stuff, and also they hold their value like crazy. Like it's insane how well Toyotas hold their value. Like that's what I would personally want to start with and get a certified used one, so that way you're not paying the new price on it. Although Toyotas, like I said, don't devalue very much, so you might be better off buying a new one possibly possibly. But for like a sports car, like if you're looking for a sports car, that's like a so-called quote unquote affordable starter sports car. I would say the Toyota GR86 is solid. That's a rear-wheel drive, so that's pretty nice to get rear-wheel drive around the 30K range or so. Those are pretty cool looking. Also, the Subaru WRX, that's a pretty solid one. You can get those used for like in the scheme of modern prices for a decent price. But that's in the scheme of modern crazy pricing. And then I would say it used to be a Nissan Z. Like the Nissan Z used to be pretty cool. I used to like those quite a bit. But the new modern one, I'm a little bit on the fence about that new modern one. I'm not sure if I like it that much. Also, the Honda Civic R, the Type R, that's a pretty cool one, but that's front wheel drive, though. I don't really care for front wheel drive sports cars because you really can't do anything like well, you shouldn't do it on the road anyway. But if you go to a track and you do something like drifting, you can't do that in that type of car. It's front wheel drive. If it was me getting a starter sports car, I would probably go for like a GR86. But Enforcer, what say you?
I wouldn't even know. Like, I wouldn't even know. Man, that's like train talk to me, man. I get completely lost. I hear the Honda CBR 9607. I'm like, man, that sounds like a damn EMD SD70 Ace M3 to me. Like, man, it's like, man, it sounds like the same thing. Man, like,
Honestly, though, man, like these days, like for the price of cars, like the number one thing people should be looking for is reliability. Like with the modern day prices, you don't want a vehicle that's going to last you like 100,000 to 150,000 miles and have high maintenance costs and then have to buy a new one after that. Like you want something that's going to last you for ages these days, especially with the modern prices. That's why I'm saying Toyota.
honestly, I just say, really, even with it not being these days, I just say overall, it's best to buy a car that's no frills, is extremely reliable, extremely cheap to operate, connected. They're trying to silence us. They don't want y'all to hear the truth. It looks like we're back. They like, I would say, get the cheap, like a car with no frills, the most efficient car with using the cheapest gas that has the greatest mileage, and if it breaks down, the parts are cheap and easy to repair in terms of labor cost and also the parts themselves. That would be like my ideal car, because getting anything that's flashy, you are paying in a money pit to keep that thing
Oh,
running, like in every way.
yeah. Also, by the way, I saw Kayla Quinn say, "What about a Mitsubishi Evo? That's not cheap. That's not cheap, and those are expensive as hell. They don't even make those anymore. The Evo is a legendary car. Like in the car world, that's a legendary one right there. Just because of I think it was a tunability of it was what made it so like legendary. They look pretty cool, but the problem is though they're old. I don't think they make them anymore. I'm pretty sure they stopped making them a long time ago. But they look pretty cool. Like if you have like the white rims and stuff on them, they look pretty sick. But I think they're like extremely expensive now because they're collector's items, and you can barely find any in good condition anymore.
And honestly, man, I would agree. Also, I just saw John V say police use hollow points because of mushrooms, so it doesn't go through and hit another person. Okay,
Man,
that
that's
makes
off
sense.
topic.
Like, I don't mean to do whiplash there, but that just made a lot of sense, so I had to give that a shout out because I was like, oh, that actually makes a great deal of sense. Now I sound stupid for saying what I said prior. But anyways, beyond that though, I would say, man, like a reliable car that's cheap and efficient, that's the kind of car you want to get, no matter the economy. Because getting anything else, I'll have to say, folks, getting some kind of a German car that looks good and it has a nice name to it, like BMW or Audi, I can tell you, not that I have personal experience with it, but I can tell you, it's a complete waste. Don't get them. Like, it sounds cool to have one, but they're a complete money pit. Go for something that's actually reliable and efficient. That's way better of a bet, and it's also economical.
Yeah, just like a solid like you don't even have to get the Lamborghini Aventador. You could just get the Huracan.
Yeah, honestly, you don't even have to get the Ferrari LaFerrari. You just get the 458 Italia. I mean, so it makes sense. but
Yeah, exactly.
anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to GoCard, who put in a 5. And thank you, GoCard, as well. They said, I have a few good movie recommendations and links, and can I send it to Nightbot's email?
Nightbot don't have no email. Like Nightbot's a machine. It's a robot. It's not AI, by the way, folks. The moderator in here is not AI. It's a literal machine that works off of binary inputs and outputs. But very interesting recommendations. We'll have to put them in the chat. We'll take a look at them. But a huge thanks to you once again for supporting. With that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Kevin Shaw. He said, your thoughts on Kurdistan 4 factions?
My thoughts on Kurdistan. Uh, I don't get a lot into the Kurdish factions. Like, they have their, like, little families and factions and whatnot in the Kurdish groups. That gets so much in the weeds. I'm like, I don't care. They got in a firefight a while ago in northern Iraq. You remember that, Matthew, because we covered it briefly on air. That there was a little firefight between the clans or the factions of the Kurds, but I
Oh
don't get
yeah.
into it too much.
Yeah, I don't either. It's just it's so like dynamic. It changes so much. It's kind of hard to keep up with it.
I gotta follow it because Pagliacci shoots Vidici, and then they get into a whole family feud, and then they go up in front of Steve Harvey, and he's like, well, who in the world are you going out on a date with? And he said Joe, and he said who? Joe Mama, and all that stuff, and it's a whole deal. I just don't get into that stuff. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to get running, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Salty OG, and thank you very much, Salty, for that $20 support. And he said, "Lies, AMG V8 go burr." But it also goes cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Like when there's ever maintenance or something, or like you have like something go wrong, like it's as bad as like the BMW M series. Like it costs a hell of a lot of money to fix those. But you don't want one of those out of warranty. Like at least in my personal opinion, like that can get ugly. But I've had the chance to drive a lot of these sports cars. Like over the years, I've had a chance to drive them from time to time. Like either for like a friend of like my parents would have something or something like that. I'll be able to drive these things. And I will say, like the bi-turbo V8, that AMG type, that is just like sounds fantastic. Like those things sound amazing. The only problem is though, like no offense if you have one, by the way, but from my experience, most people that have those Mercedes AMGs are kind of like leaning toward the kind of like douchebag kind of mentality a little bit. That's at least my experience. Not everybody that has one's a douchebag, by the way. Like some people just like the car, but Mercedes is kind of like one of those brands like Range Rover. Like people buying them like to have like an image of status in their head and stuff like that, and they sort of get into the status of it instead of the actual like car aspect of it more so. The BMW people really aren't like that as much. Like BMW people usually aren't. But the only problem is though, with those like older BMW sports cars, when they become used, they're usually ragged out. Like they're ragged out like hell. Like they'll have taken them to the track and just destroyed them. And by the time they're on the used market, they're just roughed out at that point. So I would agree. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that's some very interesting inputs there. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Salty OG. I don't really know a lot about AMG V8s. That's why I feel like oh, that's interesting. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Slinger. And Slinger said, get a GameCube and play Monkey Ball. And thank you, an LSA.
I think I've heard of that game before. I'll have to look into that, Slinger. And a big thanks to your support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, folks, it's time for us to get on into our Morse code decoders of the night and 3 live chats to round this thing out now that we're overtime. So, Matthew, what do we got here?
So jumping into the Morse code decoders, we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Flovenus, Kush, Koteric, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse code said Russia's eventually going to go all in and NATO will keep pushing things, and LTLSA.
And that's the sound of money. Down on the nail. That is the jackpot sound of money. Holy moly. And y'all got that right again. I got to congratulate the Lee Spring Army Corps time and time again for always getting it right. Y'all always are on the nail with that. It's really something impressive there. And so a huge shout out to y'all once again. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to none other than Drowsy, who said, will NATO ever grow a spine against Putin?
I generally think that unless if Putin invades or if he attacks a nation and citizens are unfortunately killed, they probably will not be drawing the line. I think that is the line at this point. And even the civilians getting killed side of things, I'm kind of iffy on, to be entirely honest. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Zerkits, who said, well, is it a good idea to give Putin an excuse to use nuclear weapons? And isn't that what they're trying to avoid?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, I could kind of see the argument there, but at the same time, though, if we know that Putin's about to invade NATO anyways because the war in Ukraine is going so badly, which we can't end the war in Ukraine, so it's just going to keep going badly for him, and so they're going to invade us anyways, are we really avoiding a nuclear confrontation with Russia at that point, or are we just allowing them to force the nuclear confrontation regardless because it's going to happen inevitably, and then make sure that they're in a good negotiating position when that happens? And I would say that it's more so the latter rather than the former in that case, and that's why why I'm largely saying we should start meeting them at the head, nuclear confrontation or not, because as far as we're seeing it right now and everyone else is seeing it, there really is no other way that this is going to go at this point. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on into the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one is going to go to none other than for the Mons, who said, I would come to the conclusion that Ukraine has changed the way wars are fought and that they will only adapt and advance from here on out. And would you and Andrew say the same?
Yes, I would say that the war in Ukraine has changed the face of war, and we've entered a new era of warfare, the drone era. Kind of like how we've been living in the air superiority era ever since ever since World War II and onwards, and then we got into the missile age here around the 1960s, late 60s, and early 70s. We've now entered the drone warfare era, and so I would say yes, this has definitely changed the way that wars fought. And so with that, I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. Oh, I gotta say, folks, that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all were here with us again tonight watching this stream. We had a peak viewership tonight of 19,500 people, and 148,000 people have watched this show before it ended. Damn, that's a lot of people. And we are always honored to know that y'all are coming here to hear the news from us. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. A big thanks to all of y'all once again for watching a top 15 YouTube live stream. And with that, like man, had to throw that one in, little glees. But anyways, with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And I'd like to thank you all for joining the top live stream, the biggest one of the night, the biggest one of the year, perhaps. As you can see, the ratings were fantastic. They said, sir, they may or may not know what they're talking about, sir, but they do, of course. But they do have the best ratings. That's the way we like it. Incompetence, but good ratings is the best combo, said the man. But we don't say that. But anyways, we'll see you all tomorrow. I got to stop that, by the way, because it's hurting my vocal cords. But we'll see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the rest of the news throughout tomorrow. And also maybe on a short war video if there is enough news to cover midday. And we thank you all for choosing us as your news source once again tonight. And we hope to see you all once again tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heram Slava, get some rest, and good night.